carries it forward. The effort decreases dramatically. The aircraft glides smoothly through the sky, covering vast distances with relatively minimal energy expenditure compared to those intense takeoff moments. The hardest work is already done. The transformation from grounded to flying has been accomplished. Now momentum carries it forward almost effortlessly. Your dreams and desires operate on this exact same principle. The most energy, the most focused intention, the most concentrated effort is required at the beginning to overcome the inertia of your current reality. You're fighting against years of conditioning, limiting beliefs, habitual thought patterns, and the gravitational pull of your comfort zone. This initial phase demands something from you, not endless hours or superhuman willpower, but focused, intentional energy directed with precision toward your desired outcome. This is precisely what the 21-second prayer provides. It's your takeoff sequence, your concentrated burst of aligned energy that gets your desires off the ground and into motion. Those 21 seconds aren't random or arbitrary. They're specifically designed to create the energetic momentum needed to shift you from where you are to where you're going. It's the minimum effective dose of focused intention required to initiate transformation, calibrated perfectly to be sustainable while remaining powerfully effective. Think about the economics of this investment. 21 seconds of your day in exchange for elevating your entire life to a new altitude. That's not just a good return on investment. It's an extraordinary one. And just like that airplane, once you achieve liftoff, once you break through that initial resistance and start operating at a higher frequency, everything becomes easier. Opportunities appear more readily. Synchronicities multiply. The right people and circumstances flow into your life with increasing frequency. You're no longer struggling against gravity. You're soaring. The hidden truth that most people miss is that they keep trying to take off without ever fully committing to that initial burst of energy. They give it a half-hearted attempt, wonder why they're not flying, and assume something must be wrong with them or the process. But a plane can't take off at half throttle. It needs full power, full commitment, complete alignment of all systems working together toward one purpose. Your manifestation process is no different. This prayer gives you a framework for that full throttle moment every single day. It's your reminder that transformation isn't passive. It's not something that happens to you while you wait and hope. It's something you actively participate in creating through focused intention and consistent practice. And once you understand this, once you grasp that you're the pilot commanding your own takeoff, your entire relationship with manifestation shifts from wishful thinking to purposeful creation. Now, let me show you exactly how to create the perfect conditions for this practice to work at its highest level. Comment, "I'm taking off," if you're ready to commit to this transformational journey with everything you've got. Once you reach that cruising altitude in your manifestation journey, something absolutely magical happens that most people never experience because they quit before getting there. The struggle disappears. The force and effort that characterized your earlier attempts dissolve into a natural flow where things just start happening for you instead of requiring you to make them happen. It's the difference between swimming upstream against a powerful current and floating downstream with the river carrying you exactly where you need to go. This is the state Florence Scovel Shinn called living in the flow of divine abundance, and it's accessible to everyone who commits to the process long enough to break through that initial resistance. But here's what trips people up. They spend their entire lives jumping, expending tremendous energy trying to get airborne, only to crash back down to earth moments later. They get excited about a new opportunity and jump. They feel inspired by a motivational video and jump. They set a New Year's resolution and jump. But jumping isn't flying, no matter how high you go or how much energy you use. Flying requires a completely different approach. It requires building sustained momentum through consistent practice rather than sporadic bursts of enthusiasm. It means understanding that those 21 seconds every day are creating cumulative effects that compound over time,
lifting you gradually but permanently to a higher operating frequency. You're not trying to force a single dramatic leap that exhausts you and leaves you right back where you started. You're engineering a fundamental shift in your baseline reality, the revelations that come from operating at this elevated frequency are profound. Suddenly, the opportunities you were desperately chasing start pursuing you instead. The relationships you were forcing begin flowing naturally. The abundance you were struggling to create starts appearing through unexpected channels. This isn't magic in the mystical sense. It's the logical outcome of aligning your vibration with what you desire and maintaining that alignment consistently enough for reality to reorganize around it. Think about how different your life would be if you stopped exhausting yourself with constant jumping and instead invested that energy into achieving sustained flight. No more boom and bust cycles, no more brief moments of inspiration followed by long stretches of frustration. No more starting over from scratch every few months. Instead, you'd experience steady elevation, continuous expansion, and the deep satisfaction that comes from building something real and lasting. This is what separates people who achieve temporary results from those who create permanent transformation. One group keeps repeating the same pattern of intense effort followed by collapse. The other group understands that sustainable success comes from consistent small actions that build irreversible momentum. Your 21-second daily prayer is the engine that keeps you airborne once you've made that initial commitment to take off. The beautiful part is that once you're operating from this elevated state, once you've genuinely shifted your frequency and stabilized there, maintaining it requires far less effort than getting there did. You're working with universal currents rather than against them. You're drawing from an infinite source rather than depleting your own limited reserves. The journey transforms from exhausting to exhilarating. Now, what makes this specific prayer so uniquely powerful in creating this transformation is its precise structure and the way each element works together. Type, "I choose to flow," in the comments if this distinction between jumping and flying resonates with your experience. Every single thing in this universe operates on frequency. Sound, light, electricity, even your thoughts and emotions, all of it vibrates at specific frequencies. This isn't metaphysical philosophy, it's quantum physics. And here's what most people don't realize. Your desires already exist at a certain frequency, broadcasting continuously like a radio station sending out its signal 24 hours a day. The problem isn't that your dreams aren't available. The problem is that you're tuned to the wrong station, listening to static and wondering why you can't hear the music. This prayer is your tuning mechanism. When you speak these words with genuine feeling and intention, you're literally adjusting your internal frequency to match the vibration of what you want to experience. It's not complicated or mysterious. It's actually remarkably straightforward once you understand the mechanics. You're bringing yourself into resonance with your desires, creating that perfect alignment where what you want and who you're being vibrate at the same rate. And when that alignment occurs, manifestation isn't something you have to chase or force. It becomes inevitable. Think about tuning a radio in your car. When you're slightly off the correct frequency, you get that fuzzy, distorted sound where you can almost hear the station, but not quite. You're close, but the signal isn't clear. That's where most people live their entire lives, close to their desires, but never quite locked in, always experiencing that frustrating near miss. But when you find the exact frequency and lock onto it, suddenly everything comes through crystal clear. The music flows effortlessly from the speaker to your ear. You don't have to do anything except maintain that connection. Now here's where faith enters the equation, and I'm not talking about blind hope or wishful thinking. Real faith, the kind that actually moves mountains and transforms lives, is a state of absolute knowing. It's the absence of doubt, the elimination of internal conflict between what you say you want and what you actually believe is possible for you. When you truly have faith, you don't worry about how or when. You don't obsess over the details or try to micromanage every aspect of the manifestation process. You simply know it's done, and you live from that place of certainty. The universe responds to this quality of faith with astonishing precision. It's not responding to your words or even your desires. It's responding to your energetic signature, to the vibration you're emitting moment by moment through your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs. When your faith is genuine and unshakable, when there's no wobble or wavering in your certainty, the universe has no choice but to mirror that back to you in physical form. This is universal law operating with mathematical precision. But achieving that level of faith isn't something that happens overnight for most people. It's cultivated through practice, through repeatedly experiencing the correlation between your internal state and your external results. This is why the 21-second prayer is so valuable. It gives you a daily practice for strengthening your faith muscle, for training yourself to operate from certainty rather than doubt. Every time you speak this prayer with conviction, you're making a choice about which frequency you're going to tune into for that day. Write "I choose faith" in the comments if you're ready to operate from absolute certainty rather than hopeful wishing. What makes this prayer so uniquely powerful is that it functions as a bridge, a connector between two worlds that most people experience as separate and disconnected. On one side, you have your inner reality, your thoughts, feelings, desires, imagination, the entire landscape of your consciousness. On the other side, you have your outer reality, the physical. Circumstances, relationships, bank account, career, all the tangible elements of your life. Most people experience these as two completely separate domains, and that perceived separation is precisely what keeps their desires trapped in the realm of wishful thinking. This prayer dissolves that artificial boundary. It creates a seamless channel through which your internal vision can flow into external manifestation. Florence Scovel Shinn understood something that modern quantum physics is only now beginning to validate scientifically. There is no actual separation between inner and outer. They're not two different realities, but rather two aspects of the same unified field of consciousness. What you hold consistently in your inner world must eventually take form in your outer world, because they're made of the same essential substance. The bridge this prayer builds isn't metaphorical. It's an energetic structure that aligns your consciousness with the organizing principles of reality itself. When that alignment is strong and clear, when there's no interference or static disrupting the signal, your desires don't have to fight their way into existence. They emerge naturally, inevitably, like water finding its way downhill. The path of least resistance becomes the path of manifestation. But here's something critical that determines whether this works for you or becomes just another technique you tried once and forgot about. Execution matters tremendously. I'm not talking about perfection or making it complicated. I'm talking about following specific principles that maximize the effectiveness of those 21 seconds. There's a right way to do this that unlocks its full potential, and there's a casual way that might produce some results but leaves most of the power untapped. The difference comes down to creating the optimal conditions for this practice. Think about planting seeds again. You could toss them randomly on hard ground and hope something grows, or you could prepare the soil, plant at the right depth, water appropriately, and dramatically increase your success rate. Same seeds, completely different outcomes based on methodology. This prayer works the same way. The words themselves carry power, but when you combine those words with the right internal state, the right environment, and the right approach, you multiply their effectiveness exponentially. This is where most people go wrong without even realizing it. They rush through the words while their mind is scattered, their body is tense, and their attention is divided between 10 different things. Or they speak the prayer mechanically, going through the motions without any genuine feeling or connection to what they're saying. It's like trying to start a fire with wet kindling. Technically, you're following the steps, but you're missing the essential ingredient that makes the whole thing work. Now, understanding exactly how to prepare yourself before speaking this prayer, how to position your consciousness for maximum receptivity makes all the difference between mild results and life-changing transformation. Leave a comment saying, Show me the way if you're committed to doing this correctly and experiencing its full power. The first step in preparing yourself for this practice might seem obvious, but it's something people consistently overlook in our culture of constant distraction and perpetual motion. You need to find a space where you can be completely alone with your intention, even if just for those 21 seconds. This doesn't mean you need a meditation room or some perfectly quiet sanctuary. It just means creating a bubble of privacy where your attention won't be fractured by external interruptions or demands. Why does this matter so much? Because when you're practicing this prayer, you're not just reciting words. You're opening a channel between your consciousness and the infinite field of possibility. That channel requires your full presence. Every time your attention gets pulled away by a notification, a noise, or someone calling your name, you're disrupting the energetic circuit you're trying to complete. It's like trying to pour water into a cup while someone keeps bumping your elbow. Some water might make it in, but you're wasting most of the potential. Find that space in your home, your car, your office, wherever you can claim a moment of uninterrupted solitude. Early morning before everyone else wakes up, late at night after the household settles. Even a bathroom break at work can become your sacred space if that's what your circumstances require. The location doesn't matter nearly as much as the quality of presence you bring to it. Once you've claimed your space, the next crucial element is your physical state. Your body isn't separate from this process. It's an integral part of it. When your body is tense, contracted, holding on to stress from the day, that tension creates resistance to the energy you're trying to align with. It's like trying to run water through a kinked hose. The water wants to flow, but the physical obstruction prevents it. This is why you need to consciously release that tension before speaking the prayer. Sit comfortably or lie down, whatever position allows your body to truly relax. Let your shoulders drop. Unclench your jaw. Release the tightness in your stomach. Feel your muscles softening, your breath deepening, your entire nervous system downshifting from its usual state of alert readiness into receptive openness. This physical relaxation isn't just about comfort. It's about creating an unobstructed pathway for energy to move through your entire being. When your body is relaxed, your mind naturally follows. When your mind is calm, your emotions stabilize. And when all three, body, mind, and emotions, are in a state of coherent relaxation, you become an incredibly powerful transmitter and receiver of the exact frequency you're trying to embody. Most people rush through their spiritual practices while their body is screaming with tension and their nervous system is firing on all cylinders. Then they wonder why nothing seems to work. It's not that the techniques are flawed. It's that they're trying to use them while operating from a state that's fundamentally incompatible with manifestation. Relaxation isn't optional. It's the foundation everything else builds upon. Now, once your body is relaxed and your environment is prepared, there's a specific breathing technique that amplifies everything exponentially. Comment, "I am ready to receive," if you're genuinely creating this space for yourself and committing to doing this practice with full presence. Your breath is one of the most underutilized tools for transformation that you have constant access to. Yet most people go through their entire lives breathing shallowly, unconsciously, missing the profound connection between breath and consciousness. When you close your eyes and begin taking slow, deep, intentional breaths, you're doing something far more significant than just oxygenating your body. You're actually shifting your brainwave state, moving from the beta waves of normal waking consciousness down into alpha and even theta states, where your subconscious mind becomes far more receptive and programmable. This is the hidden mechanism behind why meditation works, why prayer works, why any transformative practice that involves breath becomes exponentially more powerful. You're literally changing the electrical activity in your brain, creating the ideal neurological environment for new patterns to take root. Each slow inhalation draws in not just air, but possibility. Each exhale releases not just carbon dioxide, but resistance, doubt, and the accumulated tension of limiting beliefs. Close your eyes before you begin this prayer. Let that simple act of closing your eyes signal to your entire being that you're transitioning from the external world of distractions to the internal world of creation. Breathe deeply, filling your lungs completely, then releasing fully. Do this 3 or 4 times before you even speak a single word. Feel your heartbeat steadying. Notice your thoughts beginning to quiet. This preparatory breathing isn't extra work. It's essential preparation that determines how deeply the prayer can penetrate your consciousness. Now here's where most people completely miss the point of prayer and affirmations and end up getting minimal results despite consistent practice. They treat the words like a script to be recited, like dialogue in a play they're performing. They speak the words while their heart remains disconnected, their emotions disengaged, their entire being operating on autopilot. And then they wonder why nothing changes. Words alone, no matter how powerful, are just sounds vibrating in air. What gives them transformative power is the feeling you infuse them with. When you speak this prayer, you cannot be passive. You have to feel every single word as if it's already your lived reality. When you say you're connected to infinite abundance, you need to feel what that abundance feels like in your body. When you declare your worthiness, you need to access the emotional state of someone who knows beyond any doubt that they deserve every blessing. This isn't pretending or faking. It's accessing a truth that already exists at a higher level of consciousness and bringing it down into your present moment experience. Emotion is the language the universe understands most fluently. Your subconscious mind doesn't respond to logic or reasoning. It responds to feeling. When you combine the right words with genuine feeling, you create an unstoppable force for manifestation because you're speaking directly to the creative power within you that actually shapes your reality. This emotional engagement is what separates people who say affirmations for years with no results from those who experience rapid, dramatic shifts. The impact of truly feeling your prayer rather than just speaking, it cannot be overstated. It's the difference between sending a text message and having a face-to-face conversation with someone you love deeply. Write "I feel it now" in the comments if you understand this crucial distinction and you're ready to bring your full emotional presence to this practice. While you're in this state of deep feeling, eyes closed, breath steady, emotions engaged, there's another layer that takes this practice from effective to absolutely transformative. You need to see your desires not as distant possibilities floating somewhere in your future, but as accomplished facts existing in your present moment. This distinction is everything. Most people visualize from a place of lack, imagining what they hope might happen someday. That energy of hoping and wishing actually reinforces the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Instead, you're going to visualize from the end. You're going to see yourself already living the reality you desire, and you're going to make it so vivid, so sensorially rich, that your subconscious mind cannot distinguish it from actual experience. What does your ideal life look like in precise detail? What are you wearing? Where are you standing? Who's with you? What sounds surround you? What can you smell and taste? The more specific and detailed your visualization, the more powerfully it imprints on your consciousness and begins reorganizing your reality to match it. Your brain doesn't actually know the difference between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. Neuroscience has proven this repeatedly. When you visualize with enough sensory detail and emotional intensity, your brain fires the same neural patterns as if the experience were actually happening. You're literally rewiring your neurology to match the person who already has what you desire. This isn't wishful thinking. It's strategic mental reprogramming that creates tangible shifts in how you perceive and interact with the world around you. Now, as you hold this visualization, as you see and feel your desires as present reality, there's one more element that acts as a powerful accelerant to the entire manifestation process. You need to feel genuine gratitude, as if you've already received everything you're visualizing. Not gratitude for what might come someday, but authentic appreciation for what is already yours in the realm of consciousness, simply waiting to materialize in physical form. This gratitude frequency is perhaps the most magnetic force in the universe. When you feel truly grateful, you're sending out a signal that says, "I have received and I recognize the blessing." The universe responds to that signal by sending you more things to be grateful for. It's a self-perpetuating cycle of abundance. Gratitude for what you already have attracts more blessings. Gratitude for what you're manifesting accelerates its arrival. The two work together, creating an irresistible pull. But this gratitude must be genuine, not manufactured or forced. You can't fake this and expect results. You have to access that warm feeling in your chest, that sense of fullness and appreciation that comes when something truly wonderful happens in your life. Remember a time when you received unexpected good news or experienced a beautiful moment. That feeling, that's what you're bringing to your visualization right now, except you're directing it toward your desired reality. When you combine vivid visualization with authentic gratitude, you're operating as a master manifester. You're no longer asking or begging or hoping. You're claiming what's already yours and thanking the universe for its delivery. Comment, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," if you can feel this gratitude rising in your heart right now. Everything I've shared with you up to this point creates the foundation. But here's the truth that determines whether this becomes a life-changing practice or just another thing you tried once. You have to do this every single day. Not when you remember, not when you feel like it, not just on the days when you're motivated or inspired. Every single day, without exception, you bring this same quality of presence, this same depth of feeling, this same clarity of visualization and gratitude to those 21 seconds. This daily repetition isn't about being rigid or obsessive. It's about understanding how momentum actually works in the realm of consciousness and manifestation. Each time you practice this prayer with full presence, you're strengthening a neural pathway in your brain, and an energetic pathway in your reality. You're training your subconscious to automatically operate at this elevated frequency. You're compounding the effects of yesterday's practice with today's, creating a snowball effect that builds unstoppable momentum toward your desires. Think about what happens when you miss a day. It's not just that you lost those 21 seconds of practice. You're actually weakening the pathway you've been building. It's like trying to carve a river through stone. The water has to flow consistently to create a permanent channel. If you let it dry up repeatedly, you're always starting over, never quite breaking through to that point where the flow becomes effortless and automatic. Your commitment to daily practice is your commitment to permanent transformation rather than temporary inspiration. This is where the journey becomes deeply personal and where your decisions reveal what you truly value. Anyone can get excited about a new technique for a few days. Anyone can practice when they feel motivated or when circumstances are perfect. But the person who shows up every single day, regardless of how they feel, regardless of what's happening around them, regardless of whether they're seeing immediate results, that person is building something that cannot be taken away. They're creating a foundation for lasting abundance that will serve them for the rest of their life. Now, with everything prepared, with your understanding deepened, with your commitment solidified, it's time for me to share the actual prayer that Florence Scovel-Shinn crafted with such precision and wisdom. Every single word in this prayer has been chosen deliberately. Every phrase serves a specific purpose in aligning your consciousness with the highest creative forces of the universe. This isn't random spiritual language thrown together. It's a Yui, carefully constructed tool designed to reprogram your subconscious mind, elevate your frequency, and open channels for manifestation that may have been closed your entire life. What I'm about to share with you carries power that goes beyond the surface meaning of the words. These phrases work on multiple levels simultaneously, addressing your conscious desires while also speaking directly to the deeper aspects of your being that actually control what manifests in your reality. As you hear these words for the first time, pay attention to how they feel in your body. Notice which phrases create a resonance, a recognition, a sense of truth awakening within you. This prayer will become your daily anchor point, your reset button, your direct line to the infinite abundance that's always been available to you. Write, "I'm ready to receive the prayer" in the comments if you've followed everything so far, and you're genuinely prepared to use this tool with the dedication it deserves. The prayer begins by establishing something absolutely fundamental that most people have forgotten or never truly understood. You are not separate from the infinite creative power that orchestrates galaxies and orchestrates the unfolding of reality itself. You are not a tiny, powerless being begging for scraps from a distant universe. You are an integral part of that universe, connected at the deepest level to the same intelligence that grows trees from seeds and transforms caterpillars into butterflies, without any conscious effort. When you declare your connection to this infinite power, when you affirm your alignment with the energies of love and abundance, you're not creating something new. You're remembering what's always been true. You're reclaiming your birthright. This isn't arrogance or spiritual bypassing. It's recognizing the actual nature of reality, the same creative force that beats your heart without you thinking about it, that heals your cuts and regulates trillions of cellular processes every second. That force is available to work through your conscious intentions when you align with it properly. This opening affirmation shatters the illusion of separation that keeps most people trapped in scarcity consciousness. You're not outside the system looking in and hoping to be granted access. You're part of the system itself, with full rights to the abundance that flows through all of creation. Every resource, every opportunity, every blessing exists within this field of infinite possibility, and your connection to it is immediate and unbreakable. You just have to consciously acknowledge and activate it. But here's where the work gets real, where transformation requires something more than just speaking positive words. Before you can truly receive the blessings that are already yours, before the abundance can flow freely into your life, you have to create space for it. And that space is currently occupied by doubt, fear, and all the limiting beliefs you've accumulated over years or decades of conditioning. These mental and emotional blocks aren't just thoughts, they're energetic barriers that literally prevent your desires from manifesting. The prayer directly addresses this by commanding the release of every doubt and fear from your body and mind. This isn't a gentle suggestion or a hopeful wish. It's a decisive act of clearing, a conscious choice to evict the squatters that have been living rent-free in your consciousness and sabotaging your manifestations. When you speak these words with intention, you're activating your authority over your own inner world. You're declaring that doubt no longer has permission to occupy space in your being. Feel this release happening as you speak the words. Doubt often lives in your solar plexus as a tight, anxious sensation. Fear might grip your chest or sit heavy in your stomach. Limiting beliefs create tension in your shoulders and neck. As you declare their release, consciously let go of these physical manifestations. Breathe them out. Feel them dissolving, leaving your body and mind clean and clear and ready to receive. This clearing isn't a one-time event, but rather an ongoing practice. Every day, you're releasing layers of resistance that have built up, creating more and more space for your blessings to enter. The revelations that come from this consistent clearing are profound. You begin to realize how much of your struggle was self-created, how many limitations were imaginary, walls you built yourself. Now, the prayer moves into one of its most powerful sections, addressing the core wound that blocks manifestation for so many people. Type, "I release all doubt" in the comments if you're genuinely ready to let go of everything that's been holding you back. Deep beneath almost every manifestation block, underneath all the surface-level obstacles and excuses, lies a single devastating belief that poisons everything it touches, the belief that you're not worthy. Not worthy of abundance, not worthy of love, not worthy of success or happiness or ease. This unworthiness operates like a virus in your consciousness, quietly sabotaging every attempt at creating a better life because on some fundamental level, you don't believe you deserve it. This is the hidden wound that Florence Scovel Shinn understood needed direct healing. And it's why the prayer explicitly declares your worthiness without qualification or condition. You are worthy, not because of what you've accomplished, or how hard you've worked, or how good you've been. You're worthy simply because you exist. Your worthiness is inherent, built into the fabric of your being from the moment you were born. It cannot be earned because it was never absent. It cannot be taken away because it's not dependent on external circumstances or other people's opinions. When you speak the words affirming your unlimited deservingness of every blessing, you're not trying to convince yourself of something that might be true. You're stating a fact that's always been true, but that you've been conditioned to forget. Society programs us from childhood to believe we have to prove our worth, to earn our place, to justify our existence through achievement and productivity. That programming is a lie designed to keep you small and controllable. The truth is that the universe doesn't operate on a merit system. Abundance flows to those who are open to receive it, not to those who've somehow earned the right to it. Every time you declare your worthiness in this prayer, you're overriding years or decades of conditioning. You're reprogramming the deepest levels of your subconscious mind, where these beliefs about deservingness live and control your reality from behind the scenes. This isn't affirmation for the sake of feeling good temporarily. This is surgical precision work on the core beliefs that determine what you allow into your life and what you unconsciously push away. As you claim your worthiness, as you declare your unlimited deservingness, something begins to shift in your energy field. Positive energy starts flowing through you like a river that's been released from a dam. This isn't metaphorical energy. It's the actual life force that animates your being. And when it flows freely without obstruction, it dissolves resistance like sunlight melting ice. Those stuck places in your consciousness, those rigid patterns that have kept you trapped in limitation, they begin loosening their grip. Resistance shows up in so many ways throughout your life. It's the procrastination when you know you should take action. It's the self-sabotage, right, when things start going well. It's the fear that rises up whenever you get close to a breakthrough. All of this resistance is just frozen energy, places where your life force got blocked and crystallized into patterns that work against your highest good. The energetic clearing that happens through this prayer doesn't fight the resistance or try to force it out. It simply floods your system with so much positive energy that the resistance has nowhere to hide and naturally dissolves. This transformation happens gradually as you practice daily, but the impact compounds exponentially over time. Comment, I am worthy of miracles, if you're ready to finally release the unworthiness that's been blocking your blessings. Now we arrive at the part of the prayer where your active participation becomes crucial in a very specific way. This is where you're called to see your desired life not in vague, general terms, but with such precise clarity that you could describe it to someone else in vivid detail. The specificity of your vision matters more than most people realize because the universe responds to clear instructions, not ambiguous wishes. When you know exactly what you want, down to the smallest sensory details, you're sending out a focused beam of intention rather than a scattered spray of hopeful thoughts. What does your ideal day look like from the moment you open your eyes? Where are you waking up? What do you see when you look around? Who's beside you? What does the morning light look like as it fills your space? The more precisely you can answer these questions, the more powerfully your vision magnetizes toward you. This isn't about being rigid or controlling. It's about providing your subconscious mind with a clear blueprint to work from. Your subconscious is incredibly powerful at manifesting, but it needs clear direction. Vague desires produce vague results or no results at all. As you move through this visualization during your prayer, engage all your senses. Don't just see your desired reality. Hear it, smell it, taste it, feel the textures and temperatures. This multi-sensory engagement activates far more neural networks in your brain, creating stronger imprints that your consciousness recognizes as real. The boundary between what you're imagining and what you're experiencing begins to blur, and that's exactly what you want. You're training your mind to recognize this future reality as something that's not foreign or impossible, but rather something that's natural and inevitable for you. Then comes one of the most transformative elements of this entire prayer, something that separates spiritual maturity from spiritual bypassing. You're asked to express genuine gratitude, not just for the blessings you're calling in, but for every experience you've had up to this point, including the challenges, the failures, the painful lessons, and the moments you wished had never happened. This isn't about pretending that difficult experiences weren't difficult. It's about recognizing that every single thing you've been through has been sculpting you into the person who's capable of receiving and managing the blessings you're now calling in. Those challenges you faced, they built your resilience. Those failures, they taught you what doesn't work, saving you years of wasted effort. Those painful relationships, they showed you what you truly value and what you're no longer willing to accept. Every experience, without exception, has been moving you toward your purpose, even when it felt like you were moving backward or sideways. This perspective shift transforms your entire relationship with your past. Instead of carrying resentment or regret, you're carrying wisdom and strength. When you can genuinely feel gratitude for the full journey, including the parts that tested you, you complete an energetic circuit that releases enormous amounts of stuck energy. Resentment and regret are incredibly heavy frequencies that anchor you to the past and drain your manifestation power. Gratitude is a light, expansive frequency that frees you from the past and amplifies everything you're creating. Leave a comment saying, "Thank you for every lesson," if this understanding is shifting something inside you right now. The prayer then asks something of you that extends beyond those 21 seconds into how you actually live your life. It's a promise to maintain a
हेलो हेलो। पढ़ रही है कि नहीं पढ़ रही? यार,
हेलो। हेलो।
तो
सुन
हो
पा रहे
रहे
हैं
हैं
आप?
क्या?
मेरा कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है।
हो रहे हैं।
होल्ड ऑन तो मैं प्रक्रिया हेलो, बोलिए जरा एक बार। हेलो।
हेलो हेलो बोल रही हूँ, आप ही हेलो हेलो क्यों बोल रहे हैं?
अरे इसमें आपके साथ जूम में प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, आवाज नहीं सुन पा रहे। रियल टेक ऑडियो।
सुनाई पड़ा?
हाँ।
अभी सुनाई पड़ा?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, सुनाई नहीं आ रहा, बहुत बहुत ही कम आवाज है। इवन मेरा लैपटॉप फुल स्क्रीन पे है, फुल साउंड पे है। कहाँ से ये प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है ये?
वीडियो में आने से क्या दिक्कत है?
क्या? ये आपके साइड से प्रॉब्लम है या मेरे साइड
क्या
से है?
दिक्कत है कुछ भी?
हेलो हेलो।
हेलो।
यस, अभी ठीक हुआ थोड़ा।
हाँ।
फिर सोचो ये हो क्या रहा है। बहुत तेज आवाज है। ईयरफोन है बढ़िया। अब बोलिए।
हाँ तो वो वेबसाइट खोलिए, मैं
वेबसाइट।
शेयर करूँ, आप शेयर करेंगे?
जूम में आपको हम बताए थे एक बार आवाज को शिफ्ट करने का प्रोसेस। वो मेरे में
हम्म।
हो नहीं रहा। आपके यहाँ क्या शिमला बना
alignment
हुआ है?
between what you're declaring in this
क्या?
prayer and how you show up in the world. This is where integrity becomes your most powerful manifestation tool. You cannot speak words of
अब बोलिए तो जरा, हेलो एक बार।
हेलो।
हाँ, परफेक्ट परफेक्ट परफेक्ट। तो अब बोलिए, आपके पास है
क्या है?
वेबसाइट का डिटेल्स? मेरे पास भी नहीं होगा।
ये देखिए, आपको दिख रहा है स्क्रीन?
यस। हाँ, वो गलत ओपन कर रहे हैं। आपको कल व्हाट्सएप में भेजा ना लिंक, उसको क्लिक करिए।
अरे डाउनलोड ही नहीं हो रहा है मेरे इसमें। ओके।
डॉट।
हाँ, दिखा।
हाँ, आ गया ना? वाह।
हाँ।
अभी ठीक है।
हाँ।
अब
अभी
इसमें
मान लीजिए कि ये मैं यहाँ पे लिंक कैसे ऐड करूंगी?
अच्छा, अभी रुक जाइए। ये लिंक बनाना है साइड में, ऊपर यूआरएल में लिखिए या इसको क्लिक करिए।
हाँ,
चैट चैट में देखिए एक बार, जूम चैट में देखिए, उसमें लिंक दिया ना, WP-admin लगा हुआ है आगे, वो लिखना पड़ेगा।
WP एडमिन।
/WP-admin। अब लॉगिन आईडी पासवर्ड क्या है वो बताइए, उसको यहाँ प्लेस करिए। आपका है leadingwithsangeeta.com।
यूजर
लीडिंग,
नेम है शायद संगीता नायक
शायद
@
संगीता नायक नहीं है, सिर्फ संगीता है।
सिर्फ संगीता।
यस।
ये है उसका पासवर्ड।
दे दिया व्हाट्सएप पे फिर से एक बार, फॉर योर नॉलेज। वेरी गुड। इसको दिस इज करेक्ट करके आगे बढ़िए। बस। हेलो, तो क्लिक किए। हाँ,
हाँ,
बस हो गया। अब आपको कौन से पेज में करना है, पेजेस में जाइए, उस पेज को क्लिक कर लीजिए। ऊपर वेबसाइट खोलिए, फिर से नया टैब में वेबसाइट ओपन करिए। बस बस एंटर प्रेस कर दीजिए।
हम्म,
हाँ, अब इसमें उसमें एडिट करिए, ऊपर देखिए एडिट है ना, एडिट पेज, एडिट
क्या?
विद एलिमेंटर, एडिट विद, ऊपर देखिए ऊपर।
हाँ,
हाँ, बस क्लिक करिए उसको, क्या एडिट करना है तो खुल जाएगा। अब जहाँ चेंज करना है वो चेंज करिए और सेव कर दीजिए, पब्लिश।
लेकिन खुल क्या गया भाई?
आ रहा
लो।
है।
आह, क्या करे, सो रहे हैं क्या?
नहीं, आपको सुन रहे हैं।
हाँ तो स्क्रीन में दिखे नहीं तो पूछ रही।
और नहीं नहीं, स्क्रीन को तो दिखाया ही नहीं ना।
हाँ हाँ, क्या वो क्या हो रहा है पूछ रही हूँ।
वो क्या हो रहा है मतलब?
हाँ, स्क्रीन पे क्यों नहीं आए?
अरे ये नेट का प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है, थोड़ा ब्लर हो
ओ,
जाता है।
अच्छा
ब्लर
अच्छा।
नहीं मतलब, मेरा लैपटॉप ये जो है ना,
हम्म।
वाइब्रेट करने लग रहा है, मतलब उसका कुछ हीटिंग इशू हो रहा है आजकल।
हम्म।
तो हम उसको लोड कम देना चाहते हैं, वैसे हम ऑन कर देते हैं आपके लिए। आप
कितना टाइम लग रहा है?
आप भी समझ में आएगा ना आपको। टाइम लगता है।
है इधर। फट से सूख जाता है ये, गीला करके डाले थे।
ओ, ठंडाने के लिए।
और क्या।
तो आपके यहाँ एसी नहीं है? आप तो एसी वाले लोग हैं बड़े बड़े।
इस साल एसी नहीं चलाया।
अरे बाप रे, गर्मी दिल्ली का बिना एसी,
हाँ।
बड़ा रिस्क ले रहे हैं।
रिस्क काहे का?
लू लग जाएगा।
लू?
लू
हम
चलता है
नेचुरल
इतना
लोग
गर्मी
हैं,
में।
नेचुरल लोग हैं, नेचुरल लिविंग करना चाहेंगे।
तब भी मतलब सुविधा रहते, अगर आदमी बर्दाश्त करे वो बड़ा बात है ना।
हाँ।
नहीं
तो
होने पे तो सब बर्दाश्त कर लेते हैं।
वो मेरा विजन आपको याद है? कामर, कूलर, क्लीनर, ग्रीनर, रिचर, ग्लोब। तो
वाह।
उसमें कूलर में, कूलर ग्लोब में हम अपने हिस्से का हीट अगर ग्लोब को ना दे तो कूलर की तरफ काम कर रहे हैं ना।
हाँ वही तो होता है, आदमी अपना भी तो अगर कंट्रीब्यूट कर दे तो बहुत है।
हाँ, वही 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 कर रही हूँ।
छोटा छोटा कंट्रीब्यूशन चाहिए होता है। क्या हुआ, अलाउ फेशियल इफेक्ट्स क्या है ये फिर?
एनेबल सेफ मोड बोल रहा है, सेफ मोड में कर दें?
हाँ करके देखिए। वो लोड लेने प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है अपने, यही झेलना पड़ता है अभी जब
क्यों
हम
ऐसा?
करते हैं।
ऐसा क्यों हुआ है?
ये होता है, ये एप्लीकेशन के कारण कभी ब्राउजर का लोड ज्यादा हो जाए, कभी नेट कम हो जाए, मतलब क्या क्या बोलते हैं,
हम्म।
बैंडविड्थ।
हम्म।
वो सब के कारण होता है।
अच्छा। एक्टिवेट लाइसेंस एंड गेट एक्सेस कुछ बोल रहा है।
नहीं नहीं, वो लाइसेंस के लिए फिर हमको बहुत पैसा लगेगा, वो सब नहीं करते, बस अपना काम करके निकल जाएगी। वो हम कर रहे थे जब पैसा मिल रहा था, फिर वो चीज ना
हम्म।
और लोगों से भी यूज कर नहीं पा रहे। अब अकेला एक आदमी के लिए हम 15,000 रुपया खर्च करेंगे, वो नहीं लगा
हम्म।
सही। जो सपना दिखाया, जो सोचा, वो हो नहीं पाया, तो फिर बंद कर दिया लाइसेंस।
सपना दिखाए सोचे, मतलब?
अरे आप नहीं, हमने दिखाया आपको कि जब समय नहीं दे पा रहे उस तरह से, है ना, तो पैसा लगा दें तो फायदा नहीं है इससे कुछ फिर।
तो फिर क्या करेंगे इसका? किस तरह से यूज करेंगे? ये तो ऐसे यूज हो रहा है मेरा। जब मेरा एक और उसमें जो पेज क्रिएट हुआ है ना,
हाँ
वहां पे मैं, वो आपने देखा है कि नहीं देखा है?
कौन सा? पहले तो पेज आप दिखाए थे हमें।
हाँ, वही पेज है।
हाँ हाँ, वो
या
प्रोडक्ट
ये,
वाला।
अच्छा, इसमें क्या हो रहा है? ये कब तक खुलेगा?
खुल गया, वो लेफ्ट साइड में देखिए लिंक लिखा हुआ है।
ओ अच्छा।
उस पे आपको एड्रेस दे देना है जहाँ पे आपको लिंक को ट्रांसफर करना है। इसको चेंज, क्या चेंज करना है आप बताइए हमको।
अच्छा, ये लिंक चेंज
जैसे
करना
यहाँ
है?
लिखा ना नीचे, क्लिक हेयर
हाँ
टू
हाँ
रीड
हाँ।
मोर, तो जस्ट ऊपर देखिए टेक्स्ट लिखा है। आप वो टेक्स्ट बदल देंगे, वहां पे मैसेज बदल जाएगा। और जो लिंक देना चाहते हो वहाँ लिंक पेस्ट कर दीजिए, कहाँ जाएगा वो पेज लेके।
नहीं, क्लिक हियर टू रीड मोर तो ठीक है, कहाँ
हाँ
जाएगा मैं बता देती हूँ।
हाँ, जो यूआरएल है ओपन करिए, कॉपी पेस्ट कर दीजिए उसके ऊपर, खत्म, खेल खत्म। बस।
ला 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 ला, रीडिंग विथ लाइफ माइंड। मेरे फोन में ना डाउनलोड कल से नहीं हो रहा था, अब क्या हुआ है? 604 376।
एलिट माइंड बोला।
हाँ।
पैसा आज तक आया भी कि नहीं आया आपको, खाली हम कोर्स ही बांट रहे हैं।
पॉलिसी।
हम बोल रहे हैं इसको करके कुछ पैसा आज तक आया भी, कुछ भी एग्जीक्यूट हुआ कि बस कोर्स डाल
हाँ।
रहे हैं खाली?
अभी मैं इस पे ना काम ही एक बंदा दिया था। फिर इसको इसको यूज भी मैं नहीं की, तो फिर यहाँ कैसे पैसा आएगा? जो पैसा आया वो जीपे फोन पे ऐसे करके ले ली, छोटा छोटा पैसा। इसमें आने से क्या होगा कि ये 10% ले लेगा।
हम्म।
हम्म।
इसका पर्पस मेन होता है लीड लीड जनरेट करना, और आपके लिए स्टैटिस्टिक्स देना कि आपने एफर्ट किया तो कहाँ पे पहुंच पाए।
हम्म।
उसी का लेगा पैसा, और क्या।
यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं 51 रुपीस वाला 3 लोग खरीदे हैं, दिख रहा है। उसमें से
हाँ।
उसमें से एक फॉरेनर खरीदा था, तो वो $5 का खरीदा था, तो
हाँ,
यहाँ पे आया था।
ऐसे ही 1-1 रुपया का बाटी ये सब खरीद लेगा,
हाँ।
क्योंकि ट्राई करना सब कोई चाहता है। जस्ट ट्राई करने के लिए भी, अरे क्या है, 100 रुपया ही तो है। और जहाँ
हम्म।
50,000 मांगिएगा तो बोलेगा नहीं, इतना पैसा क्यों खर्चा करेंगे। 5,000 बांटने की बजाय 500-500 रुपए में 10 बार बांट दीजिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
1 रुपया का इलायची का पैकेट बोलो जुबा के सिरी बन के बिक रहा है बढ़िया से।
अब कर दिया इसको। ये कहाँ गया फिर तो?
बस हो गया। उधर वापस इसी पेज में है ना, नीचे देखिए अपडेट बटन है।
ये अपडेट।
हाँ, प्रेस कीजिए। हम्म। हो गया, अभी वेबसाइट खोलिए।
ये वाला,
ना ना,
दूसरे
अपना
वाला।
वेबसाइट यूआरएल जो डायरेक्ट है, मेन यूआरएल, लीडिंग विद, नया नया टैब पे खोलिए। आ गया एंटर। अब वो लिंक क्लिक करके देखिए काम कर रहा है। नहीं नहीं, ये तो कहीं और चले गया, एलिट माइंड। HTTPS होगा, डबल एस नहीं।
हाँ,
सही है
क्या
ना?
है? ठीक है। और एक मेंटर, अभी अभी कहाँ पे खोली थी मैं ये?
उसी पेज में जाइए, खुला हुआ है पीछे। दूसरे टैब में जाके देखिए जहाँ चेंज कर रहे थे।
हाँ।
फिर जहां जहां जो चेंज करना है चेंज करिए, और सेव बटन दबाइए, देखिए होता जाएगा।
अभी के लिए इसी को रहने देती, इतना ही।
अच्छा।
और एक है। ये कहाँ से आ गया भाई?
क्या हुआ? उसको क्रॉस दबाइए, क्रॉस। कुछ प्रेस हुआ
ये
नया चीज क्या?
हाँ, ये वाला।
नहीं, वो तो ठीक ही है, ऊपर उसके ऊपर एक आ गया है। कंट्रोल जेड करिए।
इसके ऊपर क्या आ गया? इसको चेंज करना है ना यहाँ पे।
अच्छा अच्छा, एडिट करिए।
यहाँ पे लिंक दे देते। ला 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 नो 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 नो। यहीं पे होगा। और क्या करेंगे इस तरह से? इसका कुछ और भी सोचा है कि क्या कर सकते हैं? हैं? है कि नहीं है?
हेलो।
हाँ, वही पूछ रही हूँ, क्या करेंगे इसका कुछ सोच रहे हैं कि सोचना बंद कर दिए?
नहीं नहीं, बंद नहीं, मतलब किसका सोचना है पहले ये बताइए। आप वेबसाइट का बात कर रहे हैं, आप आपके वेबसाइट का।
वेबसाइट को सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल करने का कैसे करें, ये हो गया, इसके बाद क्या करूं?
हो गया, बस अपडेट बटन दबा दिया ना।
हाँ,
बस वेबसाइट पे जाइए।
यहाँ पे। हाँ।
ऐसे ही होता है, यहाँ अपडेट करके वेबसाइट को रन करके चेक करना होता है वो जो हम चाहते थे वो हुआ कि नहीं।
वो हो
ये
गया।
नहीं, आपका वेबसाइट, वेबसाइट पे। सही काम कर रहा है।
नहीं, कहाँ गया मेरा वेबसाइट?
राइट साइड, कहा ना। अब देखिए कहाँ पे चेंज किए थे, वो हुआ क्या।
हाँ, हो गया।
हम्म।
चलिए, इसको बंद कर दो फिर। बंद कर दो ना। हेलो।
हाँ।
बंद कर दूं?
हाँ ठीक है, हो गया ना।
हम्म।
ठीक। हाँ।
बैक टू योर लाइफ।
हो गया ना, बढ़िया।
हम्म। यहाँ से इसको हटा के दूसरी जगह ले जाऊंगी। हम्म, हम्म, हम्म।
हो गया, और कुछ है इसमें।
इसमें ये ब्लॉग जो है ना,
हम्म।
मेरा तो रोज लिंक्डइन में जा रहा है, तो इसमें आ सकता है क्या ऑटोमेटिक? नहीं।
लिंक्डइन का देखना पड़ेगा, हमको आता नहीं है। लिंक्डइन से आप चाहते हैं वहां पोस्ट करें तो इधर आ जाए, राइट?
हम्म।
हाँ, वो हमें एक्सप्लोर करना पड़ेगा। आपके लिंक्डइन से कुछ एपीआई की वगैरह होगा जो अलाउ करना पड़ेगा ट्रांसमिशन के लिए इसका, टेक्स्ट का।
हम्म।
पढ़ाई करते हैं इस पे, फिर बताते हैं
हाँ।
कैसे होगा।
अच्छा। ठीक
हाँ।
है। ठीक, ओके, तो
चलिए।
फिर
हाँ, आपका प्रपोजल वगैरह का सब हो गया?
कौन सा प्रपोजल?
वही जो काम दे रहा था प्रपोजल लिखने का।
हाँ, वो 5,000 दिया।
पाँच
25,
हजार
25,000 का था।
हाँ।
उसका उसका कोई प्रपोजल उसका एक तो मिनिस्ट्री में दिया था, बाकी
हम्म,
दूसरा कहीं पे दिया था। उसने क्या किया था, सेकेंड ईयर का उसने इनकम टैक्स भरा नहीं था।
अच्छा।
तो उससे प्रपोजल रिजेक्ट होता है ना। तो
ओ।
कैसे उसको समझाएं कि तुमको कम से कम इनकम टैक्स हर साल का क्लियर करके रखना चाहिए। तो उसके सारे
हम्म।
प्रपोजल रिजेक्ट हो गए।
ओ।
तो उसकी वजह से हुए, मैंने उसमें एक रिक्वेस्ट डाला था कि आप कंसिडर कीजिए इस ईयर का मैंने क्या है, नहीं किया है। क्या एक स्टेटमेंट था वो, जो करना होता है इनको, रेगुलेटरी कंप्लायंस वाला डॉक्यूमेंट्स।
हम्म।
तो थोड़ा ज्यादा पढ़ा लिखा है नहीं, तो समझाने से समझा नहीं, मतलब
हम्म।
कंजूस खोपड़ी टाइप का है। दूसरा एक
हम्म।
कलकत्ता वाला है, बताया था ना आपको,
हाँ हाँ।
मुर्शिदाबाद, मुर्शिदाबाद वाला। उसके
हम्म।
पास 80G 12A ये सब कुछ है नहीं। तो
ओ।
इसके पहले वो सेक्शन 8 करके रजिस्टर्ड था। सेक्शन 8 को माइक्रो फाइनेंस अगर आप करो, तो वो सब की जरूरत पहले उसको नहीं पड़ी थी, प्रपोजल लिखने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी थी, तो वो नहीं है, नहीं था। फिर पता नहीं उसको किसने बता दिया कि 80G 12A की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है अभी।
अच्छा।
मैं बोली वो जो भी बंदा पैसा देगा, वो अपना टैक्स बचाने के लिए पैसा देगा ना। तो 80G 12
हाँ।
ए नहीं होगा तो तुमको पैसा दे ही नहीं सकता। तो
हम्म।
वो मध्य प्रदेश वाले को अ, जैसे मैंने जिस जगह पे उसका अप्लाई किया था, इनका तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉरपोरेट अफेयर्स में हुआ ही नहीं, क्योंकि 80G था ही नहीं। तो उनका कर ही नहीं सकते। वहां पे चांस था कि हम सबमिट कर देंगे बोल के। तो मैंने इनको बोला था आप अप्लाई कर दो, एप्लीकेशन का मुझे प्रूफ दे दो, तो मैं भेज दूंगी। तो एप्लीकेशन का प्रूफ मैंने उन लोगों को दिया था। तो वहां पे वो डॉक्यूमेंट एक्सेप्ट हो गया। लेकिन प्रपोजल में क्या हुआ, इन लोगों को मैं बारी बारी बोल रही थी कि जिस किसी में भी आप काम करो, मतलब प्रपोजल लिखो, उसके पहले वहां पे क्या काम हुआ है उसका एक डिस्क्रिप्शन तो दोगे।
हम्म।
तो उस उन्होंने अप्लाई किया था फिशिंग कैट का।
अच्छा।
तो फिशिंग कैट का क्या रिलेवेंस है तुम्हारे माइक्रो फाइनेंस बोरोवर नहीं हो तो भी तुम्हारे लोकल पॉपुलेशन के लिए फिशिंग कैट की रिलेवेंस क्या है, क्या काम तुम कंजर्वेशन में कर रहे हो, वो कम से कम लिख के दो। तो उनको समझ ही नहीं आता है। तो वो लिखा नहीं था, तो वो इसी वजह से वो कंसिडर नहीं था।
हम्म।
तो मैंने बोला कि वो हो जाता अगर हम थोड़ा सा और उसमें डिटेल में लिख दे। अच्छा, पहले नहीं कंसिडर हुआ, तुम अब तो लिख
हम्म।
के दो, ताकि मैं नेक्स्ट प्रपोजल जब करूं तब मैं लिखूं उसके बारे में। वो अभी तक नहीं आया। फिर बीच में क्या हुआ कि उसके एडवाइजरी ग्रुप में एक नाबार्ड का प्रपोजल लिखने वाला है, तो
अच्छा।
वो जहाँ पैसा मिलता है वहां लिखेगा ना, शुरू से क्यों लिखेगा?
हम्म।
तो मैंने उसको सजेस्ट किया कि वहां पे भी ये डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का चक्कर आता है, लेकिन उनको डॉक्यूमेंटेशन नहीं चाहिए होता है। अगर कोई मान लीजिए एक एसएचजी बनाने का, इस ये सब बनाने का और उनको मोबिलाइज करने का अगर प्रपोजल डाले तो वो बेसिक प्रपोजल होता है, बहुत कम पैसा होता है। लेकिन
हम्म।
वैसे अगर हम 4-5 कर दें तो रिलेशनशिप बिल्ड हो जाएगा ना। तो मैं उसको वही
हाँ।
बोली कि वहां पे आप मुझे कोई बंदा देने की जरूरत नहीं है, कोई फील्ड लीडर दे दो जो मुझे ये सब समझाए। उन्होंने शायद वो सब क्रिएट किया। माइक्रो फाइनेंस तो बोलते हैं कि हम लोगों के बीच काम करते हैं, लेकिन मनी लेंडर जैसे ही बिहेव करते हैं। तो उनके पास वो सब था नहीं। उसने अभी एक तो या तो फिर मेरी बात को नहीं समझ रहा है, कोई और समझाएगा तो समझेगा वो, या फिर तो फिर वो भी आ, इसमें है, होल्ड में है। तो
अरे
सारे
खुल
कोई
रहा है।
हेल्ड में हो गया।
हम्म। हम हेलो, आवाज नहीं आ रही
हाँ,
क्या?
आ रही आ रही।
सुन रहे हैं, हाँ।
अच्छा, अभी आप एक लिस्ट ढूंढिए तो, दिल्ली एनसीआर में कौन कौन से डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं।
डिस्ट्रिक्ट।
हाँ,
एक सेकंड। हाँ, 28 peripheral districts spread across the neighboring states of Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan.
राजस्थान के कौन से डिस्ट्रिक्ट?
टोटली 11 डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं आपके पास।
राजस्थान के कौन से डिस्ट्रिक्ट?
बता रहे थे। हरियाणा के 14, उत्तर प्रदेश के दो, रास्ते राजस्थान के दो है, अलवर एंड भरतपुर।
अच्छा
अलवर और भरतपुर है।
अच्छा, पहले एक
हाँ।
बेवर करके था।
ना, यहाँ तो नहीं दिख रहा।
अच्छा, अभी वो होगा नहीं।
सबसे ज्यादा तो आपका हरियाणा उत्तर प्रदेश है, बॉर्डर में सबसे ज्यादा हरियाणा है।
हम्म।
ठीक है, फिर कीजिए, क्लोज किया जाए।
ओके,
नेक्स्ट
ठीक है।
डिमांड्स को फिर डिस्कस करेंगे, है ना?
ओके ओके।
ओके। चलिए, बाय बाय।
बाय। ବସିକିରି ଏପଟ ସେପଟ ବସିଲି। ଏ ମୋର ମାଉ ମାଉ ମୋର ମାଉ ମୋର ମାଉ ମାଉ ବାଉ ବାଉ ଠିଆ ଠିଆ फादर काई काई ବଧୁ କରିଦେଇଛି ମାଟା ବଧୁ କରିଦେଇଛି ବଧୁ ବଧୁ କରିଦେଇଛି ମୋର ବଧୁଟା ବଧୁ ବଧୁ କରିଦେଇଛି ମାଉଟା କଉଟର ଦେଖ କେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ଏକ ସିଙ୍ଗା ଚୁଟି କରୁଛି ଦେଖ ବଧୁ ବଧୁଟା ବହୁତ ବଧୁଟା ବହୁତ ବଧୁ ବଧୁ ବୁଢୀଟା ଓ ହଁ এটা ছাড়িনি এটা ছাড়িনি রে ধন হ্যাঁ ও ও বেটি ও মাউ ମାଉ ବାଉ ବାଉ କୁଆଡେ ଗଲେ ଆମେ କୁଆଡେ ଗଲେ ଆମେ ପଡିଗଲେ ସେଇଟାକୁ ଛାଡିକି କୁଆଡେ ଯିବାର ହବନି ଆମ ସେଟାକୁ ଖାଆନ୍ତିନି 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 ଖାଇପାରନ୍ତି ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି କି ଭାତ ଖାଇନି ଭୋକ ଲାଗୁଛି ଖାଇବ ଶୋଇବ ହଁ ହଁ हैप्पी फादर्स डे। এই গাধুয়া পাধুয়া করি নাকি? গরম লাগুଛି ଘର ଭିତରେ ତ ଗରମ ଲାଗୁଛି। ଶୁଣ ଏବେ କେଡେ ଶାନ୍ତି ହେଇକି ବସିଲା। ହଁ, ହଁ। ହଁ, ହଁ, ହଁ। ଜାଣିଛ ସମସ୍ତେ ପାଖରେ ବସିଥିଲେ। ଏ ହଁ ଏ, ଏ, ଏ। ଓ, ଓ, ଖାଇବ ବେଟା। ଆଉ 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 ପୁଡ଼ି ଆଉ ଲାଇଟାରେ
गोलू जा रहा है सर, कैसे मैनेज होगा? गोलू जा रहा है सर।
तो आज तक मेरी कोई भी भविष्यवाणी असफल नहीं हुई, ना ही होगी।
नहीं होगी, श्योर है।
अब मैं कुछ ऐसी प्रिडिक्शन करके जाने वाला हूँ कैमरे के सामने जो सक्सेस।
अच्छा,
मैं आपको लिख के देता हूँ 2029 में जो चुनाव होंगे मोदी जी पीएम नहीं होंगे। और मैं जानता हूँ आपकी स्क्रीन पे जितने भी लोग आ रहे हैं 99.9% लोग मुझे गलत कहेंगे, लेकिन सिर्फ आज मार्च 2027 में थर्ड वर्ल्ड वॉर शुरू हुई। ना अमेरिका, ना रूस, ना ही ईरान, इनमें से कोई भी वर्ल्ड वॉर शुरू नहीं करेगा।
कौन करेगा?
2028 में एक देश पानी में पूरी तरह से डूब जाएगा। बॉलीवुड के 2 दिग्गज अभिनेता खत्म हो जाएंगे।
इसी वर्ष
मात्र 30% जॉब रह जाएंगे आईटी के अंदर। कि ये यश पंडित की भविष्यवाणी है।
तो सर यहाँ कैमरे पे रिकॉर्ड हो गया, तो आपको फिर ये बाद में कमेंट करेंगे अगर सही नहीं हुआ तो होगा ही होगा।
मैं अपना एड्रेस बताता हूँ, 85 हिलव्यू कॉलोनी,
ओपन चैलेंज। आज के ये जो पॉडकास्ट देख रहे हैं, क्या आप ऐसी कोई टेक्निक बता सकते हैं जिससे लोग भी जो है अपने आप से भविष्यवाणी कुछ देख सके?
एक विधान आपको बताऊंगा, दादाजी ने मुझे सिखाई थी मेरे गुरुजी के साथ मिलके, जो आपके जीवन की एक एक चीज आपको बता सकती है आपके सराउंडिंग में क्या होने वाला है। एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल, मेरे सामने पानी की बोतल रखी है, आपके सामने भी रखी है। मैं नहीं जानता बोतल कब खाली होगी, आप भी नहीं जानते, लेकिन भृगु संहिता जानती है। अगर आप किसी का नाम सुन लेते हैं, उसका चेहरा देख लेते हैं, तो आप आने वाले 3 साल कम से कम बता सकते हैं उसके साथ क्या होने वाला है, उसकी मृत्यु कब होने वाली है।
अच्छा,
जैसे आप बात कर रहे हैं भविष्यवाणी के बारे में, तो आज तक मेरी कोई भी भविष्यवाणी असफल नहीं हुई, ना ही होगी।
नहीं होगी, श्योर है आप?
आई एम श्योर। क्योंकि ये सिर्फ ज्ञान नहीं है, ये साधनाओं की भी शक्ति है जो मेरे पूर्वजों से भी प्राप्त हुई है। थर्ड वर्ल्ड वॉर, तीसरा विश्व युद्ध। आप लोगों को लगता है विश्व युद्ध शुरू हो चुका है, ऐसा नहीं है।
अच्छा,
मार्च 2027 में थर्ड वर्ल्ड वॉर शुरू होगी।
मार्च 2027 में?
ना अमेरिका, ना रूस, ना ही यूक्रेन, ना ही ईरान, इनमें से कोई भी वर्ल्ड वॉर शुरू नहीं करेगा।
कौन करेगा फिर?
चाइना और इंडिया।
इंडिया चाइना? ओके।
मार्च 2027 से लेके अगस्त 2027 के बीच में चाइना इंडिया पर अटैक करेगा। हरिद्वार के किनारे ये युद्ध होगा।
पर उनका तो रिलेशन अब ठीक होता जा रहा है।
गिरगिट है, सिर्फ गिरगिट। ये सिर्फ मोदी जी का दम है जो चीना झुका हुआ है, लेकिन शायद आप मोदी जी को जानते नहीं हैं। एक ट्रेन दुर्घटना होगी।
ओके।
एक आपको अच्छी भविष्यवाणी भी दे देता हूँ।
हाँ, वही कह रहा हूँ, बहुत डरा दिया आपने। बैक टू बैक।
आने वाले समय में कपड़े का बिजनेस इतना ग्रोथ करेगा जो व्यापारी और बड़ा प्यार करते हैं। अच्छा, मैं इनका ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, मतलब आप मेरे पास क्यों आए हो? 5200 रुपये
है, कीलत कर दिया था, खत्म कर दिया था मंत्र को। उसके पीछे का क्या थोड़ी सी एक स्टोरी थी, आप थोड़ा बताइए क्यों उन्होंने ऐसा किया, क्या था?
Abundance and love during your prayer, and then spend the rest of your day thinking thoughts of scarcity and acting from fear. That misalignment creates static in your signal, confusing the universe about what you actually want. This commitment to keep your thoughts and actions aligned with your desires isn't about perfection or never having a negative thought again. It's about conscious course correction. When you notice yourself slipping into old patterns of thinking or behaving, you gently redirect yourself back to alignment. When you catch yourself complaining, you shift to appreciation. When you notice scarcity thinking creeping in, you remind yourself of abundance. This ongoing realignment becomes easier with practice, until it's simply how you naturally operate. The instruction to act with kindness and love in everything you do isn't just spiritual philosophy, it's strategic manifestation practice. Kindness and love are high-frequency emotions that literally raise your vibration and make you magnetic to positive experiences and opportunities. When you move through your world with genuine care for others, when you add value wherever you go, when you treat people with respect and compassion, you're creating. Ripples of positive energy that come back to you multiplied. The universe mirrors your energy back to you with remarkable precision. Now, As you begin living this way, as you maintain this alignment between your prayer and your life, something beautiful starts happening. You begin noticing signs and synchronicities that confirm you're on the right path. Maybe you think of someone and they call you within the hour. Maybe you need specific information and it appears through an unexpected conversation. Maybe you keep seeing repeating numbers or hearing the same song when you're thinking about your desires. These aren't coincidences. They're the universe's way of communicating with you, confirming that your manifestations are in motion. Most people miss these signs completely because they're not paying attention or they dismiss them as random chance. But when you train yourself to notice and welcome these confirmations, they multiply. It's like your consciousness is learning a new language, the language of synchronicity and divine guidance. Each sign you acknowledge builds your faith, strengthens your trust in the process, and keeps you motivated during periods when physical results aren't yet visible. These signs often appear subtle at first. A feather on your path, an unexpected check in the mail, a stranger saying exactly what you needed to hear. The key is to remain alert and receptive, treating these moments as personal messages from the universe specifically for you. When you do, you create a feedback loop where signs lead to increased faith, which creates alignment for more signs, which builds even stronger faith. This upward spiral accelerates your entire manifestation timeline. Understanding how to interpret and respond to these divine confirmations transforms your journey from feeling alone and uncertain to feeling supported and guided every step of the way. Type, "I see the signs" in the comments if you're starting to recognize these synchronicities appearing in your own life. As the prayer moves toward its conclusion, you make a declaration that fundamentally redefines your relationship with reality itself. You state with absolute conviction that you are a magnet for everything good and positive. This isn't hopeful wishing or positive thinking trying to override negative beliefs. This is a proclamation of truth about your energetic nature. When you understand that like attracts like, that your dominant frequency determines what you draw into your experience, declaring yourself a magnet becomes a statement of how universal law actually operates. The moment you accept this identity, the moment you stop seeing yourself as someone who has to chase opportunities and instead recognize yourself as someone who naturally attracts them, everything shifts. You're no longer operating from a mindset of scarcity where you have to compete and struggle for limited resources. You're operating from a mindset of magnetic abundance where the right people, circumstances, and opportunities are drawn to you through the simple fact of your aligned frequency. This isn't arrogance, it's understanding how energy works at the most fundamental level. When you live as a conscious magnet, you stop forcing and start allowing. You stop pushing and start attracting. The desperate energy that repels what you want gets replaced by a calm certainty that draws everything you need directly to you. This transformation in your energy is palpable to others, even if they can't articulate what's different about you. People want to be around you. Opportunities seek you out. Resources flow to you through unexpected channels. You become a living example of effortless manifestation, not because you're special or chosen, but because you've aligned with principles that work for everyone who understands and applies them. Then comes the closing, the sealing of everything you've spoken and felt and visualized during this practice. The final affirmations of gratitude, blessing, and wholeness aren't just polite endings to the prayer. They're energetic signatures that tell the universe this transmission is complete and ready to be processed. When you say, "I am grateful, I am blessed, I am whole," you're not describing a future state you hope to achieve. You're declaring a present reality that exists right now in consciousness, regardless of what your current circumstances might suggest. This wholeness you're claiming is perhaps the most radical statement in the entire prayer, because wholeness means you're not broken, not lacking, not incomplete. You're already everything you need to be. The manifestations you're calling in aren't fixing something that's wrong with you. They're simply expressions of the abundance that's always been your natural state. When you can truly feel this wholeness, this completeness, you stop manifesting from a place of need and desperation. You start creating from a place of overflow and joy, which is infinitely more powerful. The final thank you, repeated 3 times, creates a powerful rhythm that locks in everything you've done during this practice. 3 is a number of completion, of manifestation, of bringing something from the spiritual realm into the physical. With these final words, you're expressing trust that what you've spoken has been heard and is already in motion toward you. Now, understanding the prayer is one thing, but actually experiencing its power in your life requires something more. Write, "I am whole and complete" in the comments if you're ready to embody this truth starting today. If you've made it this far, I want you to know that's not an accident. You were meant to find this message today. Out of millions of videos you could have clicked on, out of countless distractions competing for your attention, you chose to be here for these moments, and you stayed through the entire journey. That says something profound about where you are right now and what's about to shift in your life. This channel exists for people like you, people who are genuinely ready for transformation, who aren't just looking for entertainment, but for tools that actually work, for wisdom that creates real change. If that resonates with you, if you want to continue receiving content that supports your manifestation journey and elevates your consciousness, go ahead and subscribe. You'll be joining a community of people who are committed to creating their best lives, and honestly, I'd love to have you as part of that. Before you go, leave a comment saying, "This message was meant for me, so I know you were here, so I know this content reached someone who needed it today." Your comment also helps this video reach more people who are searching
Does AI films look fake?
Krishna, if someone can't do it, it doesn't mean that it can't.
Knowing. Gnosis.
Does AI films look fake?
Krishna, if someone can't do it, it doesn't mean that it can't be done.
Then I go to another question. I got 80 of these. I can keep going. I have another question. Go to the moment where and when I perceive them demonstrating the trait again. And in that moment, the only reason I admired it is because in the past, when somebody does the opposite behavior, I'm avoiding that. I've associated pain in my hippocampus with it. So that's why I'm admiring that trait. So I go in there and ask if at that moment they had done exactly the opposite behavior, the very thing I would not want them to do at the moment I admired them, what would have been the benefit? And I stack up the benefits of that in that moment if they'd done the opposite trait. No speculations. I only look for benefits I'm certain about. And I stack up the benefits to break my wound, which is making me now label that an admirable trait and making me too humble to admit that where I've done it. Because our amygdala tends to want to be addicted to pride and fantasy and wants to be subjected away from shame and nightmare. It's just the way the amygdala does for survival purposes. So I go in and I crack the opposite, the nightmare, and I find the benefits to that. And when I do, I realize that there's nothing to change. Instead of me having a desire to change me relative to them because I'm infatuated and admiring them, I have no desire to change anything. My human will now matches what is, or divine will, or the hidden order. And now I realize I'm now poised, and all the noise in the brain's gone, and now I'm clear, and I'm now in a state of presence. And so I use the tool to ask those questions. Those are 7 questions. But I can go even further. I can go in there and ask the next question, go to the moment. when and where they did that, and at that exact moment that they did the action, where were they in time? In other words, if they're doing something I'm admiring, are they doing something that is admiring about what they're going to do in the future or what they did in the past? I can put a temporal component on it. And since temporal has entanglement, just like space has entanglement, I can then go and find out when I'm doing the question on who's doing the opposite, I can find out where they're doing it. And I have done this enough to know that if you're admiring something about what they're about to do in the future, you're actually despising something about what somebody did in the past to counterbalance it, to make sure your mind is present. Your brain is constantly trying to keep temporal entanglement where memory and imaginations are counterbalancing each other to make sure you're present. So I go through and I ask these questions. Like I said, I could do 80 of them, but those are the first 8.
I love seeing the way your mind works and deciphering and creating depth around the context in which the qualities emerge in the
Steps of this the mind in the present. अभी दिमाग को यहाँ प्रेजेंट में रखने के लिए उन्होंने फास्ट जो क्वेश्चंस है उनका वो बताया. That is, if I'm not able to admire somebody in the present for what they are doing, and I'm admiring somebody for them doing something in the future for which I admire. भाई आज किसी को नहीं एडमायर करते तो फ्यूचर में जाके एडमायर करने लग जाते हैं क्या? This is something that didn't go inside me. But हम थोड़ा सा ये भी देखें कि possibilities we cannot negate, right? कुछ भी हो सकता है आज या फिर the future. How our mind thinks is very different. उससे कोई फायदा हमको होने वाला है then definitely we अगर नहीं कोई फायदा होने वाला है तो obviously कोई admire करने का चांस ही नहीं होता. या फिर despite that, let us see अब आगे क्या बोल रहे हैं. This is a very complicated way of understanding the mind, but
traits emerge that you admire or despise in what you perceive in your surroundings. You mentioned how the masses will live in this illusion of gain and loss. What is the direct practical cost of living life in this state of unawareness?
In a nutshell, entropy, the arrow of time, aging, and epigenetically and autonomically induced symptomatology to try to guide them back, which we call illness.
Sounds like death.
Entropy, Frank Tipler called neg-entropy life physics and entropy death physics. We usually call it death physics in physics.
Death physics.
Because it's going towards dissipation and heat death. And yeah, it's a pessimistic death physics instead of neg-entropy, which is Erwin Schrödinger's term for life physics.
Mm-hmm. And so then in living in accordance with life physics, what have you seen as what becomes available to you energetically, redefining what the aging process, quote unquote, is?
You just said it. You have more vitality. Whenever you're living in your executive center and your medial prefrontal cortex, your mitochondria are more likely to duplicate and more likely to give more energy. The oxidative phosphorylation process is enhanced. Whenever you're in your amygdala, you get cell death and danger responses and mitochondria are shut down. So your vitality and your energy levels go up. And your immortality goes up because you're present. As Deepak used to say, a timeless mind, ageless body. You have less literally physiological entropy. Every time you infatuate with something and activate a parasympathetic response or resent something and activate a sympathetic response, rest and digest because you want to consume it and anabolically grow. The other one, you want to avoid it and, catabolically decay. Both of those mechanisms create epigenetic responses of acetylation and methylation, and they induce responses of mitosis or apoptosis. And anytime those two systems get out of balance, we have an illness. So illness is nothing more than a feedback mechanism to guide us if we're conscious and know what applied physiology means. It's guiding us back to the center to try to help us live, as you described, where you know yourself. We have gnosis of who you are. And the profoundness of who you are is more profound than I think we can comprehend.
Mm.
Our computational boundaries limit us from our awareness of who we really are.
Yeah. Another phenomenon that pulls us away from our center, which I've heard you speak to many times, is the comparative phenomena. When, especially in the age we live, we have more stimulus and opportunities for this now, maybe more than ever through social media, where it's such a disservice to live life swimming against the own tide of how our intelligence wants to express itself and trying to be secondhand versions of other people. And I've heard you mention the quote, which I love also from Einstein, about how everyone's a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it's going to think it's stupid. And so for you, who's someone who's so clearly defined their values, what's most meaningful, prioritizing that in their life, living in alignment with how life's intelligence wants to move through you, so to speak, can you speak to the importance of recognizing how our own unique intelligence and genius and living in accordance with that, not comparing to other people?
Well, each individual, and I may have mentioned this on our previous one, each individual lives by a hierarchy of values, a set of priorities. And somebody asked me just this weekend at my Breakthrough Experience program, well, how do those come about? So maybe let me develop that and tie these together. Anytime you put somebody on a pedestal and minimize yourself by the law of contrast, and you are too humble to admit what you see in them is inside you, you have a disowned part, a missing part, a deflected part, or as Plato called it, a dismembered part. That leaves you feeling an emptiness, which is why anytime you judge, you feel empty and a void. That's the conscious enamoration. But you have an unconscious despise of that opposite at the same moment. In fact, you can't even admire something without despising its opposite simultaneously, but one you're conscious of, the other one you're unconscious of. When you're despising something, you're too proud to admit what you see in them is inside you, and you are disowning that part, dismembering that part, and deflecting that part. When you do, you have now an emptiness and a void. So every time you judge, you create emptiness. The Gnostics called that kenoma, unfulfillment, emptiness. But those voids of what you judge that you have incomplete awareness about are also great feedback mechanisms because they're letting you know what you haven't loved and giving you an opportunity to love.
It's an intelligent design.
It's an intelligent feedback. Empedocles, the guy that created the cosmogonic cycle of the descent of the soul into incarnation and the resurrection of the soul back into it, which most theologies of the Abrahamic religions were emerging from, he believed that there was the four elements, fire, air, water, and air, and earth, and the synthesis of that, which is the ether. And if they're all unified, you have love. But if they are dispersed entropically, they're now creating strife or judgment. So anytime we disperse and separate the inseparables, divide the indivisibles, label the unlabellables, polarize the unpolarizables, and name the ineffables as if these are actual, and create these polarities of judgment as if they're isolated from each other, instead of synthesizing it, we create judgment and emptiness. And that emptiness is what gives rise to our hierarchy of values. And our hierarchy of values, particularly our highest value, the end in mind, the telos, as Aristotle called it, where the existential world ends and the essential self and soul emerges, that highest value is the most efficient and effective pathway, dharmic pathway, to fulfill the greatest amount of voids with the greatest amount of value. Therefore, giving us pleroma, as the Gnostic said, fullness, where nothing's missing. We're now seeing things as they are, because in actuality, there's nothing missing. And just in our reality of our senses, which deal with contrast and incomplete awareness and biases, do we have that? So it's our voids that determine our values. It's our judgment that determines what a hierarchy of values actually is. And that's unique to each individual because no two people have the same vantage point. The uncertainty principle by Heisenberg says that no two can occupy the same, no two quantum numbers can be exactly the same in the same space-time. So what we do is we have individualized ourself and our experiences, which give rise to our voids and our judgments, that then give rise to the hierarchy of our values. And our hierarchy of values is dictating how we perceive, decide, and act to make us aware of what we've overlooked and to be able to go to an objective state where we're neutral, where we're not judging. And in the moment we're not judging and loving and seeing both sides simultaneously, the voids are dissolved and we have a moment of fulfillment. And that's grace. Because when we're in this judgment state, we're trying to change ourselves to be like somebody else or trying to change others to be like us, which is dissipative and non-sustainable and futile. But the second we actually bring those into equilibrium and see the fullness, there's nothing to change. And now we have maximum simplicity, as the Hermetics teach, and we now have sustainable fair exchange because we're all equal. We're not seeing any difference. And we have maximum utility. And that's where we have the most fulfillment, and we've made a difference without even doing anything but being our uniqueness.
What would you say is the most direct inquiry one could employ in their life to discover what that is for them?
Well, I use my value determination process. I look at what their life demonstrates to find out what is most meaningful and fulfilling and purposeful for them.
What happens if their life is demonstrating things that really actually don't have much meaning to them?
Actually, that's their misperception. I'd like to address that because that's a very common thing out there. People talk about I sabotage. I've never seen sabotage. I've seen people who don't really know what is their life is demonstrating as valuable to them, who are now comparing themselves to other people, putting people on pedestals, trying to be second at being somebody else, injecting the values of those people into their lives, and thinking it should be this when their actual life is demonstrating a hierarchy of values and they're living by it, but they're not honoring it.
Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah. It happens every week. People say, well, I really say I want to be wealthy. I want to be abundantly wealthy. I want to have, more money at the end of my month than money at the end of my money. But the hierarchy of their values doesn't have deferred gratification and asset accumulation to allow them to have the passive income for what they say they want. They have a higher value on buying consumables that depreciate, and their life's values show that these things are more important than the deferred gratification and wealth accumulation. So then they beat themselves up and they think I keep sabotaging my finances. No matter what I do, I can't get ahead. And what they actually are saying they want, what they actually are demonstrating they want, two different things. So many people don't know themselves. That's why this is so important. They don't know themselves. They think they do. But what they've done is they've inculcated and injected the values of outer authorities that they admire into their life and clouded the clarity of their own highest value and mission. And then they're basically claiming that something's important to them when their life doesn't demonstrate it. Your life demonstrates what you value. Every decision.
The value determination system of Dr. D. Martini so as to understand as to what my priorities are and what I'm perceiving to be my right. So I have already done that quite a few times. Don't know whether it will be or not. Let us see if your life demonstrates your highest values. What is most important to you? You will ask loving questions which will assist you. Honestly, look at what your life demonstrates. Slowly question one is what do you feel your most intimate and personal space with most? What are these items primarily used for? Here it is.
The first question in the DeMartini value determination process is, how do you feel your intimate and personal space most? Now, let me give you some background on what that means. You have a system called proxemics, and proxemics is a study of space around individuals. Anything that's really, really close to you is proximal in anatomy. Anything that is far away from you is distal or distant. So at the tip of your hands and way beyond, it's distal, but around your shoulders and into your inner body, core body, that's proximal. When something comes into your life that is very, 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 very important and it's extremely high on your value, you keep it close to you. But if somebody gives you something, per se, that is got zero value, you toss it. I'm sure you've had somebody offer you something that is absolutely no value whatsoever, and when they left, you either gave it to somebody who thought might benefit from it or threw it in the trash. Zero value. If it has a little bit of value, you might put it around the house. But if it's extremely valuable, you'll keep it close to you. If a woman gets a diamond ring and she's really loving the individual and it's meaningful to her, she won't let it out of her sight. So a computer might be something very valuable to many people, and they keep it right next to them in their bag. So what you want to do is you want to look at what is it that you keep in your intimate space, which is 1.5 feet, or personal space, which is about 4 feet, within reach, always within reach of you. The items, the objects, or the people that are closest to within the personal 4 feet or intimate space, 1.5 feet, most consistently. So if you imagine that you had a drone looking over you, hovering around you and watching you 24 hours a day, what is it that you keep interacting with your actions or with your sensory perceptions? What do you keep interacting with most consistently and you keep in your most intimate and personal space? In my case, it's my computer, my cell phone, and books. Most of the time I'm there. Now I have other things there, but I don't see them or notice them, or I don't touch them or interact with them. But I'm interacting with my computer most of the day, and I'm looking and researching things on my phone, and I'm researching in books much because I'm involved in research and teaching. So what you value most, you keep close to you. So space is one of the great indicators or determinants of values. So what is you do it? Now, you're going to be asked on this determination process to fill in the top 3 items or objects or individuals that you keep in your space. And you have to decide which it is, because sometimes you really have a high value on children, you may have your children around you. But if you have a high value on business, you may have your computer there. If you have a high value on fashion, you may have clothes and patterns. Whatever's really, really valuable to you, you keep close to you. So what are the top 3 items, highest priority items that you keep most consistently in your personal space? And your personal space may be at work or at home, wherever you spend most of your time. But it's within 4 feet of your reach, somewhere where you can reach down and get access to it. You keep it close to you. What are the top 3 items that are most consistently in your space that you interact with and you're aware of and you're participating in most of the time? Write those 3 items down and list them. And then after you've written it down, write down what is the dominant utility or use or purpose for that item. So I may have my computer here, but the primary purpose of my computer is teaching. I may have my cell phone here. My primary purpose of that is teaching. I don't actually make a lot of calls to people, but I do a lot of lookup stuff. I do a lot of research on it. And books are sitting underneath my computer so I can read an encyclopedia while I'm taking a break from my other research. So my life reveals in the space around you what you value most. So what are the top 3 items you fill your space with most? Write them out and write in parentheses right above them or to the side. Write what is the primary use, and make sure it's the absolute highest priority and primary use that it's used for. It may be used for many things, but what's the primary use? What do you use it mostly for? That way we get an idea what its real value is. My computer is really for teaching or researching, but really teaching. So top 3 items, what their primary use is that you keep most proximal to you. That's the first question. How do you fill your space with most? What is it, the items you fill it is, and what's their purpose? That's number 1. Write those down, clear and articulate. Don't write long sentences, just abbreviated words, and just get it really cut close and tight. And look at what your life demonstrates, not what you think it should be, not what you wish it would be or hope it would be, but what your life is actually demonstrating consistently over time. That's our first question. I'll see you on the next question.
Questioning how do you spend your time most and what do the actions really present how do you actually do it for?
The second question of the Demartini value determination process is, how do you spend your time? You see, you make time, find time, and spend time on things that are valuable to you. But you run out of time, don't want to spend the time, and can't find the time for things that aren't. So it's a great indicator of what you value most. So look at, if you were to take again the drone and watch yourself for a period of time, maybe a week or a month or something, and time-lapse photography it and look at what you're doing most with your time, it tells you what you value. Now, this is excluding your sleeping. You may have 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 hours of sleep, but this is the waking time primarily. What are you doing with your time? Now, similar to what I had in my space on the first question, I spend much of my time, most of my time teaching. I can do 14 or plus hours a day doing teaching. So what do you spend your time on most? And again, don't write down what you think it should be or ought to be or supposed to be, what you wish it would be or hope it would be, but what your life actually demonstrates. So if you actually watched yourself with a drone and snapshotted it and played it back and looked at it, what is your time actually spent for? You find time and make time for things that are valuable to you. You run out of time for things that aren't. Now, don't write down what you wish it would be or hope it someday be. Write what your life is demonstrating. Your life demonstrates your values. So if you are spending much of your day at business, for instance, and 8, 10 hours a day at your work, then write down what it actually is that you are inspired to do at work that is the most common thing you're doing. I have a business, it's the teaching business. I primarily do teaching, researching, writing, and I travel a lot. I don't do a lot of administration and management and marketing and things of that nature so much. I once did, but not so much now. So when I say business, don't put the whole business in there. Put the specifics of what in the business that you really are spending your time on that you are loving to do, and that's really what shows up in your life. Don't just say business, too broad. What specifically aspects are you spending your time on and in this process? Now, if you spend most of your day with your family, don't say, well, I really have a dream about running a business, and so that's what's important. Don't put in there the ideals of what you fantasize. Don't put what you think it should be according to what your mom or pop and preacher or teacher or some external source says. What does your life demonstrate? How are you spending your time? You're videotaping yourself from a drone, looking at how do you spend your time most. In my case, it's teaching. Second most, researching and writing. Third most, traveling. I do a lot of traveling. So look carefully at what it actually is, because many people want to write down the ideals so they can fit into society and be a good little person instead of look at what their life actually demonstrates, and they're oblivious sometimes to what's real. So be honest with yourself and look as if your drone's watching you. How are you actually spending your time? And I want the top 3 answers, and you will find that the time spent is going to match the space. When you answer these questions, they'll be pointing to what's highest on your value. If what you see and what your time is doing is now matching what your space is showing, in my case, my computer for the sake of teaching. Now my time is for the sake of teaching. There'll be a pattern that emerges as you go through these questions, these 13 questions. And if there's not that pattern, somehow you're not being honest with yourself. So look at how you spend your time. Write the top 3 things you spend most of your time, second most, and third most. Really be honest. First most, second most, and third most. Write that and write that down now. And you will see the pattern starting to emerge from the first question until now the second one. So I'll see you on the next question.
Qualitative boost. What actions do you consistently rally or raise your energy upon doing?
The third question of the DiMartini value determination process is, what is it that energizes you most, and how do you spend your energy most? In other words, what is it you always have energy for, and how are you using that energy? Now, in my situation, again, I love teaching. So I rally energy around. I can hardly get any sleep, but you put me in front of a group and I'm teaching and I'm wide awake. So what is it you extract energy from? See, when you're doing something that's really high on your value, your energy goes up. When you're doing something low in your values, your energy goes down. The reticular activating system in the midbrain and lower automatically does this based on our values. So when we're doing something that's really high in our values, our energy starts going back up. When we do something that's low in our values, it goes down. When I've been teaching, sometimes in seminars, if I find out what somebody's values are, and I talk about something that's high in their values, they come alert and they engage. When I talk about something that doesn't match that, they disengage and they can even fall asleep. So what is it that energizes you most? What is it you always have energy for? And if all of a sudden you get to do it, at the end of it, you have more energy than when you started. What are the top 3 things that energize you most, that you always have energy for, and that you literally gain energy doing that? What are the top 3 things? Now, in my case, you probably already guessed, teaching is going to make me energized. I can do that all day long, hours, and also researching. If I'm not teaching, it's researching, writing, and I love traveling the world. So what is it that is the top 3 things that energize you most, you always have energy for, and when you end up doing it, you have more energy at the end of it than when you started? The top 3 things, write those down now and look for the pattern. If it's not matching the pattern of space and time, somehow look again, make sure. Be authentic with yourself when you write these answers. I'll see you on the next question.
How do you spend your money and your resources most? What are 3 things that you spend your money on? You will feel reluctant to spend money. So, please spend money with the time that is by before. Let us see what wrong.
The fourth question of the DiMartini value determination process is how do you spend your money? You know, the hierarchy of your values dictates your financial destiny. And the way you get and spend your money has a lot to do. It tells you about what your values are. If your highest value is your children, when money comes into you, you'll disperse it over to things relating to children. Children's clothes, children's education, children's entertainment, children's health items, etc. If your highest value is financial well-being and wealth and financial independence, you'll keep buying assets that go up in value so you can have your passive income. If your highest value is a beautiful home, you'll put your money into a home. Some people just keep remodeling their home and put it into their home because that's their highest values. But whatever your hierarchy of values are, you'll spend your money accordingly. So now the question is how do you spend your money? Where's most of your money going, second most and third most? If you go to your bank account and look at what your disbursements are and where your money is going, it tells you it. You can't argue with this. It's just right there. In my case, most of my money goes back into the business of teaching. And then some of it goes into investments. That'd probably be the second thing. And third, travel. So I have a slight modification on the financial compared to the other ones, but very little, because most of it goes back to teaching. When I was in my 20s, most of my money was buying books and going to professional schools and going to seminars. Most of my money was spent there. But now with online education, it's much cheaper, so I can put my money into an investment. So now what are the top 3 answers of where you put your money first most, second most, and third most? So again, look at your disbursement in your bank. Where's most of your money going, second most, and third? Now you're probably thinking, well, I got to pay for my bills. I got to pay for my house and stuff. Well, believe Believe it or not, no, you don't. You bought the house because you valued it. And whatever that house represents, whether it represents a home for family, represents security, I don't know. But whatever you're spending your time and money on, it's valuable to you. So if you went out of your way to have a house, I don't have a house. I have a ship, but I don't have a house anymore. I'm a homeless guy. I don't have a value on that. I did at one time, but now I don't. So what exactly is it you spend your money on most, second most, and third most? Just look at your disbursement sheets. Don't lie about it to yourself. Just be honest and write down what exactly is your money going to. You always find money, you get money, find money, and spend money on things that are valuable to you. You run out of money, can't find money, and don't want to spend money on things that don't. If somebody comes up to you and wants to sell you something that has no value, you don't want to spend your money. And they'll think you're probably stingy. And if somebody comes along and sells you something that is in your value, they'll think you're generous because you've went and bought it. Because anything that's high in your values, you'll find money for, and anything that's not, you won't find money for. So where are you spending your money most, second most, and third most? Write those down, and you'll see a pattern. Mine is education. Mine is travel. Mine is investments. But my investments in the sake is for me to be able to go and to teach without having to do it, but to do it because I love doing it. So I have that purpose, so I can teach without having to be thinking about money. So go and look at where do you spend your money most, second most, and third most. Write those down. Look for the pattern. There'll be a pattern. If not, take a look again. Make sure you be honest. And if so, you'll see the pattern. That's the fourth question, and I'll see you on the next question.
Where are you order? What do you have the highest?
Now, the fifth question of the DeMartini value determination process is where are you most organized and ordered? Where do you have the greatest amount of organization and order in your life? Now, people come when they do the Breakthrough Experience program, when I actually take them through this process live. Many times people say, well, I'm not in order, I'm a mess. I said, no, you're a mess in certain areas, just like I am, but there's other areas where you're very organized. And I said, well, I don't know, I can't see it. I said, look again. Maybe you're organized in making sure you're in front of the TV every single day to see that soap opera. Or maybe you're very organized in making sure that you eat a certain way or you get to eat at a certain time. Or maybe it's your social calendar, or maybe it's your fitness routine. And then they go, oh, okay, yeah, I can see that now. But many times people are afraid to admit where they're organized because they're comparing themselves to other people who they think are organized in an area that they wish they could be. But I'm not asking where you wish you could be. I'm asking where you are organized. That's a very strong determination there. Where are you organized, not where do you wish you would be or what you hope to be? Where are you organized? And that's what you want to do. So write down the top 3 areas where you have the highest degree of order and organization. You're going to see again, it's a pattern. Mine is teaching. I have very highly organized teaching structures. I have very highly organized research structures. I have highly organized itineraries for travel and for investments. It's very organized. It's very structured. There's no wishy-washy stuff there. So where you have the greatest order and organization in your life, and don't say I don't have it, look for where you do. Don't compare yourself to somebody else and think it should be this, I wish it was this. Write down what your life demonstrates. Where do you have the greatest degree of order and organization? If you're really honest, you'll see a pattern keep repeating in these questions. The answers will be keeping having synonyms or similarities because it's showing you what you value and there's a pattern to it. So what are the 3 things that you're most organized, or 3 actions that you're most organized with on a daily basis? And write those 3 things down, most ordered and organized. And I'll see you on the next question.
Where are you most reliable? What are the three most reliable? Whatever is highest on your book.
The sixth question of the DeMartini value determination process is where are you most disciplined, reliable, and focused? Now, in my case, you can count on me to be disciplined to be doing teaching. You can count on me to do that. I'm going to be doing that every single day, pretty well 7 days a week. And if I'm not doing that, I'm researching and writing. And I'm always traveling because I'm constantly moving where way I live. So look at where you're most disciplined, reliable. You can rely on me to be teaching. I'm very disciplined in that area because it's highest on my value. See, whatever is highest on your value, you're spontaneously inspired intrinsically to do. Nobody has to externally motivate you to do it. You don't need reward to do it or punishment if you don't do it. You just do it spontaneously. So where is it that you're most disciplined, reliable, and focused? Where you can't. Your innermost dominant thought and what you see in your mind's eye and where you're focused on is always an expression of what you value most. So what is it that you value most, that you're most disciplined to do and reliable? See, if somebody expects me to do something other than what's highest on my values, they're going to perceive that I betrayed them. I haven't. They betrayed themselves with an expectation of me living in their values. But in actuality, I'm disciplined in my values. And if you expect me to live according to my values, I won't betray you. If you expect me to live outside my values, you're going to think I'm betraying you. But it's because you have an unrealistic expectation on me. So what is it that you are disciplined, reliable, and focused on that is consistent? That you, if you look at your drone and look at yourself over time, you're consistently doing it. You're very disciplined to do it. You're reliable to do it. You'll get it done. You don't procrastinate. You don't hesitate. You don't frustrate out. You just spontaneously do it. What are the top three things? And again, you'll see the pattern. Mine's teaching, researching, writing, and traveling, and investing. There they are. It keeps showing up again. Those are the ones up at the top. So the top three highest valued, disciplined, reliable, and focused actions that you do that people can rely on. You can rely on yourself. You'll walk your talk in that area. The top three, write those down, and I'll see you on the next question. The next question, number 7, is what is it you think about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence of coming true? What are you thinking about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence of coming true? Now, listen to all three components of that question. What are you thinking about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence coming true? If there's no evidence, don't write it. If it's not what you would love, don't write it. Because you can sometimes think thoughts, self-depreciative thoughts, that you don't want to come true, and it seems like it's happening. That's not what I'm asking for. I want all three of them in it. What are you thinking about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence of coming true? Make sure there's evidence, make sure it's what you would really love, and make sure it's something you dominate your thought on. Now, in my case, you know what it is. You know I think about constantly about teaching around the world, traveling and teaching around the world, and taking my research to people around the world. So what is it you think about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence of coming true? I had a dream to do that since I was 17, to travel the world and teach. Well, I'm still doing it, 50, almost 1 year later. So what is it you think about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence of coming true? If there's no evidence, don't write it. If it's not what you'd love, don't write it. I'm not asking what is your self-depreciative thoughts where you're beating yourself up. None of that is what I'm asking for. I'm only asking for what it is you think about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence of coming true. Write the top three answers down. And again, if it's not matching the pattern that you would see all the way through these questions, take a look again. Make sure you're being honest, because it will show a pattern and it will repeat. So again, I think about traveling and teaching around the world. So that's the same thing that keeps showing up in my list. And when I've done this on hundreds of thousands of people, and I know the pattern after 45 years. And so be on a conscious awareness of the pattern that's developing here, and you'll see it. And you'll see it very clearly if you're being honest with yourself. Don't write down what you wish it would be or should be. Don't write down that has no evidence. What is it you think about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence of coming true? And fill those in, and I'll see you on the next question. Question number 8 of the DiMartini value determination process is similar to 7. What is it you visualize about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence coming true? The visual area of the brain is the occipital area of the brain. The thinking process could be all of it, but it predominates in the frontal and the parietal area of the brain. So I'm making sure when I'm asking these questions that I'm encompassing the brain in a gestalt manner, a holistic manner. That when all the parts of the brain are working towards the same objective, that's a sign that it's a congruency and a sign of what you value. So what is it you visualize in your inner mind, your mind's eye, about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence of coming true? I visualize myself, literally, I've gone in and made a list of every major city in the world that has 3 million people or more, and I've made a list of it, and I've gone in there and looked up under where there's convention centers and theaters and hotel ballrooms, and taken images and pictures of those things and imagine myself speaking there. So what is it you visualize about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence of coming true? Again, it must have evidence. It is something that you really love. It's something that you just can consistently keep seeing in your mind's eye, and you feel inspired by that. And this is the thing that is coming true. So don't write down things that aren't coming true. Don't write down things that are coming true but you don't want. Only write down what you visualize about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence coming true. And it will be probably similar, if not the same, as what you thought about, but you'll actually see the image. So describe the image of what you're seeing, what you're visualizing in your mind's eye, and look for the pattern. Write the 3 top things that you visualize about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence coming true. And after you write them, watch for the pattern, make sure it's congruent, write them down, and I'll see you on the next question.
What do you most often talk to yourself about how you love your life? That is evidence.
The 9th question of the DiMartini value determination process is, what are you internally dialoguing with yourself about most? What is your internal self-talk? What is that dialogue that's going on in your mind about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence coming true? What are you saying to yourself about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence coming true? In my case, I say to myself, I'm an international professional speaker traveling all over the world, inspiring millions of people with the education that I've researched that I can't wait to share. What is it you say to yourself on a daily basis internally about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence coming true? There must be evidence. If there's no evidence, don't write it. If it's not what you would love, don't write it, just like the others. And don't take that negative self-talk. See, when you're setting goals and you're going after fantasies that aren't really true and congruent with what you value most, you have negative self-talk. And many people confuse what I'm asking for is this negative self-talk. I'm not interested in the negative self-talk. That's letting you know that you're pursuing something that's not high in your values and you're getting feedback from your brain. But when you're doing something that's deeply meaningful, that's high in your values, that's inspiring to you, that you spontaneously love doing, and you want to have happen, and you keep pursuing it, and there's evidence of making momentum building, escalations of activity towards it, now you have something that I'm asking for. What is the internal dialogue, the internal conversation that you have in your head about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence coming true? You know, I had a statement given to me when I was a young boy, 18 years old, by Paul Bragg. It says, I am a genius and I apply my wisdom. I had a dream to wake up my genius and contribute original ideas that serve human beings on the planet. So I say that to myself, and my life is now demonstrating that. There's evidence of it coming true, and that's how I would love my life to be. So what is it you're saying to yourself about how you would love your life to be that shows evidence coming true? You'll look for the pattern, keep an eye on the pattern, be honest with yourself. Don't write down fantasies or what you don't write down self-depreciating statements. Write down what it is you'd love to have happen that you're saying to yourself that's coming true. And I'll see you on the next question.
Do you most often talk to others about, or what do you keep on the brain frequencies do?
The 10th question in the DeMartini value determination process is, what do you converse with other people about most? What is the external dialogue that you most frequently converse about with other people when you're in social settings? In other words, when you get in a group of people or even one-on-one with somebody and they start to talk about something that's really valuable to you, you come alive and you easily engage and converse. Many of you have been in a situation where you had uh, at a party, for instance, a social party, where all of a sudden somebody's talking about something that's boring, low on your values, and you're kind of trying to keep yourself from yawning and kind of thinking, it's time for me to go. And all of a sudden somebody comes up and they start talking about something that's really engaging, it's high on your values, and man, you get your second wind, you come alive and you can talk all night, you don't even want to leave. So when you get engaged like that, that's a sign it's high in your values. So what is it you converse with other people about? What do you keep wanting to bring the conversation to and lead the conversation towards? When people come up to you and said, how's your business? They have a value on business. How's your kids? They have a value on kids. How's your golf game? They have a value in golf. How's your health? How's your wealth building going? They want to converse with what's important to them, and you're doing the same. So what is it that you're externally dialoguing with other people about most, and you keep getting engaged and it wakes you up and you get really inspired talking about it? And what's the most common things you bring the conversation to, or what's a common thing that you get engaged in when people bring the conversation to it? The top three things. And again, look for the pattern. And if you don't see the pattern, somehow you're probably writing down an ideal or maybe a wish, or maybe what you think it should be. Write down what your life demonstrates when you converse externally with other people. What do you want to talk about most? What do you get engagements most about most? And what is it when they talk about it, you've come alive and you participate and engage. You become extroverted and talk about it. Write the top three things that you engage in when you do external dialogue, when you interact with other people about most. I'll see you on the next question.
What is that inspires?
Question number 11 of the DeMartini value determination process is, what is it that inspires you most? What is the common thread that brings a tear of gratitude a tear of inspiration to your eyes when you get to do it. When I'm researching and I find a piece of the cosmic puzzle that goes, wow, that's what I've been looking for. I know it fits in nicely, and it's certain. I get inspired by gathering information. I can't wait to share that with people. When I get to share it with people, that's inspiring to me. I'll get tears speaking about it. What is it that you get inspired by, and what's common to the people who inspire you? When I look at the people that have been most common, the people that inspired me the most, it's been the great philosophers, the great thinkers, the great polymaths, the great Nobel Prize winners, people that have done extraordinary thinking and coming up with solutions to be of contribution to the world. What is it that inspires you? What's common to the people who inspire you? And go to the moment when you have tears of gratitude, tears of inspiration in your eyes, and look at what's common in the thoughts and the focus at that time. And you'll see that there's a confirmation of a moment of authenticity. So when you're living by your highest values, you're authentic. And when you do, you get tear of gratitude when you feel like you're there. You're being honest with yourself and integral with yourself. What are the 3 items or actions or experiences that bring tears of inspiration repeatedly? And what's common to the people who inspire you most that you look up to and you go, wow, those people inspire me? What's the common threads to them? Write those down. You'll look for the patterns. You'll see the patterns. Mine have been the great teachers and thinkers and philosophers, obviously, and Nobel Prize winners. People have made massive contributions and with great minds. That's what I've been wanting to do since I was 17, 18 years old. So I get tears of inspiration when I watch that and when I get to participate in that. What is it that are the 3 things that inspire you most? What's common to the people that inspire you most? Write those 3 down, and I'll see you on the next question.
are now grouped together.
decision you make, every perception, decision, action you take is based on what you value. So what you say means very little. What your life demonstrates means everything.
So what happens when someone's life is demonstrating that they really value dopaminergic impulses? They just follow from pleasure to pleasure, compulsive thing to compulsive thing. That their behavior is demonstrating that they value quick hits, quick dopamine hits, and yet there is a deeper sense, there are deeper values that are perhaps underneath the current level of their awareness that they could discover. So how do you help delineate between what someone's behaviors are in this moment, which might say, I value, food, sex, and sleep and an abundance of it, versus there's actually deeper values that I still have yet to discover?
Impulsive, compulsive, immediate gratifying, addictive behaviors are compensations for unfulfilled highest values. So what I do is I ask that even though they're doing the behavior with their amygdala and they're looking for immediate gratification, if I go and find out what are the benefits they're getting out of it, because they wouldn't be doing it. No one moves a muscle without a motive. Even Epictetus has said that even the terrorist believes they're doing the greatest good.
Yeah. Hitler thought he was doing.
So Tyler, what is it exactly that you do?
I build AI integrations for mid-sized companies, like the kind of company you probably work at.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild. I can replace a whole ops team with one workflow now. 6 months ago, that wasn't possible.
Dad.
Doing God's work.
Exactly. He thought he was doing what Blavatsky thought was the pure Aryan stock, right? So I go in there and I help them identify what their unconscious motives are for their behavior. What they find is there's an underlying value that's really important to them, but they don't have strategies to be able to fulfill that, and the unfulfillment that's coming is making them back in their amygdala. So I can still identify what their values are that transcend what looks like their immediate gratification. And finding that is liberating, because I'll use an example. I had a gentleman that, a consultant that asked me to intervene on one of his clients. And it was a gentleman who just sold a company just about a year earlier and generated about a $750 million net to himself. And since he's sold his company, his drinking has skyrocketed. I mean, he's basically staying drunk most of the day, drinking 20-something drinks at least a day, and staying kind of slouched or whatever it is throughout the day. And so no matter what this guy is trying to do and consulting with him, he can't get him to stop. He's not productive. So I asked him, when did he increase his drinking? He said, well, since I've sold the business. I said, you sold the business because you burned out, from talking to him, burned out on doing actions in there that were not meaningful and inspiring to you, that you had once delegated, and then all of a sudden the person you delegated to that was getting it done wasn't there, and then you got burned out because you were now having to do something that was uninspiring, so you decided to sell it. But what you really loved to do was doing deals. He was a deal maker. And as long as he's doing deals, preparing for the deals, he doesn't drink. And when he's doing the deals, there's no drinking. He's doing the deal. So what we did is we got him to the company he sold. He went back to the person that he sold the company to and said, if I do some deals for you, because I still got connections, if I did deals for you, could I get a fair cut and make sure you make even more profit and help you grow the business? And I have no intention of taking over and starting a competitive business or whatever. And the guy said, I can't argue with that. Absolutely. The second he got into something that was extremely meaningful, high in his values, deeply meaningful, very inspiring, his drinking went way down. He might have a drink, but he didn't get sloshed because he had something he couldn't wait to get up in the morning and do. When you can't wait to get up in the morning and do something extremely inspiring and meaningful, you're not distracted by immediate gratification because you're now focusing on long-term vision. So if you don't fill your day with high priority actions that inspire you and that help expand the space and time horizons of your vision, you will automatically go into the amygdala for immediate gratification and shrink your space and time horizons for a quick fix. So it's an unfulfillment response. So fill your day with high priority actions. If I'm teaching, I love teaching, right? I love researching and writing. If my day's filled with that, I'm a pretty inspired guy. If I'm not doing that, I can find myself being easily distracted. Distractions are the impulses and instincts that the amygdala assigns valency to that capture our attention, that we admire or despise or look up to or down on. And so our judgments are a feedback mechanism to let us know we're not being ourselves. Let me stop and really get that. That's really significant. Our judgments are symptoms of not being ourselves. Because when we're actually being ourselves, we're too inspired and we're focused and inspired by what we're doing and engage in doing something that's in sustainable, fair exchange with other people, and we transcend the judgment world.
I think that's so powerful because we often fall into the habit of judging and shaming emotions we don't want to feel, signals and judgments we don't want to have in our experience. But you're inviting the perspective that there's an intelligent hidden order. There's a design that is actually very useful and necessary for you to come back into your center, into what you really value. So we can perceive all of these challenging experiences of life actually with a lot of grace and gratitude.
They're on the way, not in the way.
Yeah.
I'd like to address this, just popped in my head. So I have the opportunity to speak to all different types of groups. And a lot of them are business entrepreneurs and leaders that have ambitions. And the word ambition means a condition of both-sidedness. Ambidextrous. If you can see both sides simultaneously, you actually expand the space and time horizons and accomplish the most because you're objective. But sometimes people with their amygdala create a fantasy. A fantasy is a positive without a negative. A nightmare is a negative without a positive. So our amygdala wants to avoid the nightmare and seek the fantasy. It wants to avoid the shame and seek the pride. So it's constantly trying to look for advantage over disadvantage, pleasure over pain. It's hedonic. So it's basically trying to set what it thinks is a goal that has more advantage and disadvantage, more positives, negatives, more pleasures and pains, more support and challenge. And by doing it, it creates a fantasy. Our intuition is designed to counterbalance that, to make us whole, to see things as they are, not as we're skewing. So our intuition brings up anxiety, fears, phobias, to balance the philia. It balances it with a phobia and a nightmare and anxiety and doubt and uncertainty and feelings of self-sabotage and all those things. All of those are important feedback systems to let us know that we're not pursuing a real objective, we're pursuing a fantasy. So we think it's a weakness, but it's not. It's a flawless response to guide us to set real objectives, not fantasies. Now, the ratios of goals can skew all the way from a fantasy, which is all positive, no negative, fantasy, illusion, mania, to an objective, which is a perfect balance of positive and negative. And there's a whole spectrum in between. The more fantasy it is, the more our nightmares come to wake us up. If it's up here, you get a little bit less anxiety. But once you get to the very top, there's no anxiety. Because what strategic planning in the executive center in the brain is for, to mitigate the anxieties and to calm and dampen the fantasies. The executive center uses glutamate and GABA, the facilitator and inhibitory transmitter, to neutralize whatever is stimulated and inhibited in our fantasy. So it's trying to calm it down. Our intuition is counterbalancing our gut impulse to seek and our gut instinct to avoid. So our intuition is a negative feedback. Those are positive feedbacks that dramatize and polarize. The intuition is a negative feedback to neutralize and bring things back into objectivity where you see both sides. Imagine being in a relationship with somebody and you expected them to be positive, never negative, happy, never sad, one-sided. They're never going to live up to that. But when you expect them to be a two-sided individual and to live according to their own highest values, you have a realistic expectation and can have a fulfilling relationship. But if not, you have a fantasy about who they're going to be. They're going to be more positive, negative, and they're going to live in your values, not their own. And these are distortions. The same thing with goals, just like in relationships. We set goals that are not really goals and objectives. They're fantasies. And then we have anxieties. Anxieties and fears and phobias are not our enemy. People say, you need to get rid of that. No, they're there very precisely and deconstructed there to make sure that you're not going after delusions and fantasies to set real objectives. The Executive Center is designed to strategically plan to transform fantasies into objectives to maximize the potential and actualization of our potential so we can achieve. And that's what ambition really is, the ability to see both sides and have both sides in the pursuit. When you are able to embrace the pain and the pleasure equally in the pursuit of some purpose, you're not in your passions.
मुझे बस 1.5 मिनट दीजिए और मैं बताता हूँ कि आप अपनी ड्रीम लाइफ को क्यों अचीव नहीं कर पाएंगे। दोस्तों,
you're in your mission. You're not in your sufferings, you're in your servings. And that's what liberates people from a lot of the frustrations in the so-called achievement world.
It makes me think how when someone has a meaningful mission they've declared in their life, how it changes what they notice on the way and what the bandwidth for what they can take along the way.
Well, when they're in their amygdala, things are more black and white. When they're in executive center, things are more gray. It's neither positive negative here. It's either positive negative here.
You've mentioned the amygdala and how often we are living our life through the perception of it. Many times throughout this conversation, what do you feel like the path of evolution is as a human being? Because I see the sort of limbic lizard brain way of operating through duality and gain and loss and this like kind of old paradigm that we're here to live through. And then like, where are we going to as what's possible within human consciousness? I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Well, this leads to an interesting slippery slope. A lot of people like to promote an opium of the future, which I try to debunk iconoclastic. I'm an iconoclast in that respect. Because whatever you know, there's always the next mystery. And with that next mystery, you're going to use that part of the brain again. So we're not going to get to a point where we're done. I think if you take the planet and you take this little Earth, and one astronomical unit away is the sun. That's about 93 million miles. So from the sun, the Earth is almost indiscernible. And on the Earth, it's spinning at about 800 to 1,000 miles an hour, at the equator. And on there's a guy meditating there, and he says, I'm enlightened, I'm enlightened, I'm enlightened, I'm enlightened, I'm all aware. But to the sun, which is this vast sun compared to this dot, it's almost indiscernible. Now, if we go from the sun 26 to 28,000 light years away, 186 miles a second, 864,000 seconds a day, times 365, times 26,000. If we go to the center of the Milky Way and we sit in the throat of the Sagittarius A black hole, and we're looking out from that, and we're following Hawking radiation to kind of look at the Earth, if we can imagine it, we can't see the sun. There's too much dust and clouds. We can't see the Earth. So the guy that's going around and says, I'm enlightened, I'm enlightened, I'm enlightened, that has a relative awareness based on dogma that it's been taught and observations and the paradigms and dialectics and teachings that they've accumulated through a finite period of time of 72 to give or take years. It's a relative endarkment. Now we have a local group of galaxies, and then we have the Virgo cluster, then we have the Laniakea supercluster and the Great Attractor, and that's part of a filament of a bigger web in the cosmic web of immensity. And that's simply the observable universe. And we don't even know what's beyond the observable universe. We speculate. So whatever we know, and put it in perspective, is, as Socrates said, it's an infinitesimal. So we tend to think and we try to create eschatologies at the end of the earth, at the end of our life, at the end of times, that are anxiety reducing eschatologies for our phobia of death and our extinction and our insignificance. So we create things to compensate for those insignificances by creating, we're going to be enlightened and we're going to be all aware or we're going to go to this eternal salvation or something in order to compensate for our anxiety. But our anxiety is basically a compensation for all the fantasies we're still holding on to. Because we're still living in fear with our amygdala. Our amygdala is the source of our mortal fears and all of our moralities and all of our judgments and eschatologies. If all of a sudden we actually had a glimpse of a bigger picture, we'd realize that that's kind of trivia, a trivial pursuit. So where's it all going? This is a very interesting video I watched recently about on the pertinence or impertinence of existence. It's a very challenging question because it creates anxiety for most people.
The question of like why anything exists at all, or
not so much that is what is our significance?
Yeah.
Let's take the most advanced human being that we know of that's been living and made a difference. They might leave a mark for 3,000 or 4,000 years. We might have a Texas Shabaka that may go 10,000 years, but then it starts to fade. And all the people that were there are just poofed. And so we have anxiety about that extinction of being. So we create these eschatologies to make us feel like we're going to do something that's immortal and great. And I'm a believer that that's sort of a necessary aspect of our existence because it feels futile otherwise. But at the same time, if we stop and really look at that, 1 billion years from now, Dr. John DeMartini it was not probably even known about. I'm probably back to dust. I'm cosmic dust. Now, because of information theory and there's a conservation of information, whatever information that may have been accumulated in the experience of the Earth that may be eventually in the cycles of the red giant phase of the solar system and eventually be engulfed and maybe eventually merge with another solar system and eventually go into a white dwarf and a black hole. That information may be then skewed back out into another solar system and continue to go on. And we may have significance that can perpetuates as an immortal expression of what contribution we made in our evolution. I can't deny it or confirm it, but I'd rather believe that because it gives me some sort of meaning and some sort of purpose than it would be to know that it was just poofed.
Yeah, I always simultaneously, whenever I zoom out to the degree in which you just did, and you have this cosmological perspective of the sheer insignificance of us on that scale, I both have complete awe and wonder as to how magical and how much there is unknown and yet to be discovered. And then also, like, I'm curious your thoughts about slipping into nihilism, where like none of this really even matters, you know?
Well, this is the thing. If we go down into the subatomics and go towards Planck's dimension, 1 × 10⁻³ centimeters or something, we go down there, we seem very significant. So we're now vast beings compared to this thing. And so we have massive significance, relatively speaking, relativity. If we go to the vastness of the observable and beyond, it becomes now an infinitesimal. So we both have significance and insignificance. The question is, can we wrap our head around that and become conscious of both of them at the same time? Otherwise, we have a conscious self that we exaggerate. And again, we're puffing ourselves up in pride. And
KEIKA means awesome. Hundreds of thousands of awesome working professionals like you use KEIKA every day for all their HR functions.
Pertinence, or we do the other in insignificant. And I think that we're here to integrate the two and to honor both because it keeps us in check and it keeps us growing.
It's interesting to see the overlay and how you probably would say they're one and the same when you look at the cosmological perspective and also the human developmental process. Like the journey of finding back and returning back into balance from both polarities.
We
is
can't
the same.
prove that giant cosmos is not starting over. We don't know. We don't know if that's a reiteration or not. It's an interesting, plausible possibility.
Yeah.
We might be, in Men in Black, there's the cat with a little thing that's, who knows? I don't want to say that I know that answer. I don't know that answer.
I'm curious to hear what your speculation on when you mentioned Bohm's implicate order earlier in the conversation. You look at the Buddhist philosophy of interest net and how we are connected at levels we are possibly only beginning to be able to comprehend, and we're fed this materialist reductionistic notion of how the world works mechanistically, and the way that you're describing life and the intelligence of life operating within this deeper hidden order feels very exciting, but also it feels like a new paradigm that is going to be continued to be fortified with scientific rigor over the next decade and century. So I'm just curious, is there anything that you're speculating on in terms of like how this all is working that you haven't really spoken too much before?
Okay.
It's kind of a big question.
No, I love that question. I do think about interesting questions sometimes, since I was a kid. When Sputnik, I was watching a movie the other day, October Sky. I don't know if you've seen this. But a young boy looks up into the sky with his father when he's very young, and he sees Sputnik go across. Sputnik had just been launched. This is 1957. And in 1957, I looked out from the backyard and I saw Sputnik go across the sky. And I thought, I want to understand that. So I started at 4, going out at night, sneaking out at night, going through my window with a Corsica coffee cake can and a piece of paper and some pencil. And I would draw the outline of the moon, and I watched the asterisms of the moon each night. And I tried to time it where I would go out at weird hours just to get to capture the asterisms of the moon and to see the star backgrounds behind it and map these things. My whole room was covered in these maps when I was 4. My parents used to just look out the window and think, okay. They didn't stop me. They were curious. But I was interested in astronomy. It's one of my areas that I've written a lot about, and cosmology and physics and astrophysics and stuff. So I've been fascinated by that. But I now speculate, and I can only say speculate, that we live in a potentially infinite universe with an infinite number of complementary opposites at all scales of being and existence for eternity. So instead of having the divine plan go from dark to light or from negative to positive, or, these amygdala-driven constructs that are anthropomorphic and geocentric and very limited, what would happen if that every moment we perceive, no matter what it is, because in my breakthrough experience program, as I take people through it, I take whatever perception it is. It doesn't matter what their perception is. I show them where the synthesis and synchronous of opposites, and I bring them to a tier of gratitude for it. And when I they do that, they realize that no matter what they're perceiving, no matter what time or space, there's the divine order there. There's the tear of gratitude if you ask the right questions and become aware of it. So I speculate that there's an infinite number of those potential perceptions in this participatory universe that we are participating in as part of a reflective conscious being at all scales, from the subatomic plank, where our mathematics begins to break down, to the astronomic. And as we are expanding our awareness and becoming, solarized and galacticized and continue, supergalacticized and go, that whatever we perceive, the equal and opposite was going to be will in our perception and will give us an experience of seeing the hidden order at that scale. At all scales, it's available for eternity. And to me, that would be the most ever-present loving view, not an idea that we're now going to go to some Empyrean at the edge of our solar system and then sit there and praise some insecure deity or something. I'd rather see that the entire thing is a conscious state. It's a panpsychism in that respect, at all scales of existence. And we have the capacity, and it is constantly giving us the opportunity to discover the magnificent hidden order and the divine presence and love, if you want to call it that, in that moment, at any scale, no matter what the scale of pair of opposites. In other words, as the black hole is taking in stars, it's simultaneously birthing new stars. The pairs of opposites are there. As the particle and antiparticles are annihilating, they're simultaneously generating at the Planck's level at the quantum vacuum. So whether it's small or large, as a below or above, whatever it is, there's nothing but a synchronicity and synthesis of complementary opposites and experience of love at all scales if we know how to ask the right question and become present with both simultaneously. And I think that we live in a universe that is going to give us the opportunity to continue to explore that with every vehicle we have, telescope, astronomical, or microscope, whatever it is. And no matter where we go, no matter what size or magnitude or any location or any other thing, anything in the existential world is going to lead us back to the essential self. And so I think that's what the universe is really. It's as Plato says, for the sake of love. And and our own conscious awareness and intentions are all remodeling it. So we're constantly remodeling it. It's never the same. We're all involved in a remodeling system.
Do you think that essential self is something that we all share? Like that being is shared? Do you think that?
Although I found this quote in a text about Schopenhauer, I was never able to find it in any of his texts, but somebody quoted it, so I don't know if it's a true quote or not. We become our true self to the degree that we make everything else ourself. So anything that separates self and other, which is a distinction, the primordial boundary from the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalistic tree into the Adam and Eve, which differentiates a duality of some form, any form of duality, that separation in self and other, the existential beginning, as Pericles would describe, that would actually be, in a sense, a pure reflective universe. My girlfriend, Donna, is working on a book called The Reflective Universe. It's very possible that everything that is ever observed is a reflection of us. And we really don't know the boundaries of who we are.
It really resonates through the Vedic lens of the two, or the one becoming two for the joy of becoming one again.
That's the cosmogonic cycle.
Mm-hmm.
The essence going into existence and the existence returning to the essence, and in a cosmogonic cycle, a self-regenerating system.
It feels like also from the cosmological scale, from the Big Bang and the expansion to then the contraction to the also like you could zoom out on the biological level, and the same thing, the contraction and expansion that is happening pervasively throughout the universe.
If that is an accurate assessment.
Do you think that is?
In my textbook, I wrote, 93, I think, refutations of the Big Bang Theory that I've been accumulating for many, many years. So I don't think there's too many ad hoc components to that to say that that's the conclusion that we have today. And many cosmologists are questioning that and tackling that and challenging that. But that's the model we have today, just like that's the model we have in religions. And religions, Sam Harris did a nice thing as the atheist. He said the difference between a theist and an atheist is one God. You know, the Christian doesn't believe in 900 gods that have once lived, and that he's an atheist to them. And Sam said, I'm closer to you than I am different. I just don't believe in that one too.
Yeah.
the anthropomorphic God that Xenophanes warned against and Thales warned against are concoctions of the amygdala to avoid the phobias and to create the philias to survive as a mortal being. And
Gary, if you just 22 years. You know what? I'm done. Gary, don't call me. I'll have something better in 3 weeks. resume analysis templates, workflow, walked in here with something they couldn't ignore.
And they didn't ignore it.
Not today. How long did it take you?
28 days. Started the night I got rejection number 20. There's a much more transcendent state, and in theology and in cosmology. And this cosmology we have here is got weakness, let's put it that way. Yeah. I could do a whole thing on that one.
I love speaking to you, not just because of what you're saying, but the excitement in which what you're saying is coming from. I can tell the sincere passion and desire to understand reality to the degree we can. And how you're speaking to, instead of moving through life through this top-down processing, like moving through each mystery one after the other, through the bottom-up processing of it, experience, seeing what's alive for you in each moment, is such a more beautiful, fruitful way to live life that I feel like we all can embody more of. And for somebody that's discovered your highest priority values and live life in according to that which is most meaningful, and yet you still have all of these other very interesting passions and explorations that maybe isn't your highest priority value of what teaching and writing. I'm curious how you think about the different aspects of self that we feel most ignited by. For example, music is something that is not my highest priority value in life, but it's something that I'm ignited by and I love studying and will probably be a lifelong journey. I'm curious, how do you think of these different buckets in your life, all these different passions and interests and curiosities, and how you prioritize what you spend your time doing?
When I was 17 and I met Paul Bragg, and his presentation inspired me to believe that maybe someday I could become intelligent and overcome my learning challenges. He mentioned universal laws. And I didn't know what they meant, really, but they sounded cool. And so when I left Hawaii and I returned to Texas and began my pursuit of trying to overcome my learning challenges, speaking problems and comprehension and things, I was watching a particular show with David Carradine called Kung Fu. And he talked about his Shaolin master. And I love the word master. This sounded cool. Universal law, master. They somehow resonated with me. So I set out at age 18, I wanted to master my life. I didn't know what that meant. This sounded cool. So I divided life into 7 areas: spiritual, mental, vocational, financial, family, social, and physical. And I made a commitment to learn everything I can about those topics and become masterful in those. I want to create original ideas that serve human beings across the planet, mentally. I want to create a global business. My teaching was in every country around the world. I want to become financially independent. I want to have a global family. As you know, I live on a ship called the World that goes around the world. That was because I had that dream. I want to have social influence, meet amazing people and have influence and learn from great minds. I also want to have a vital body, an energized body. I'm 71 in a couple months and I'm still going. And I wanted to create not a new religion. I had no interest in that. I was interested in a movement that would inspire people regardless of their backgrounds. They could be any faith of any form. And that was my dream, to do that. I also had a desire to understand the laws of the universe. And so I came back, got a dictionary out, got an encyclopedia out. What is the law of the universe? What does universal law mean? And it led me to natural laws. And there was a distinction between natural laws of the observable universe and universal laws that are even broader. And that led me to a pursuit called the Logos. And the Logos goes back to Heraclitus. And he considered that there was an order and pattern and a plan to the universe, like the Stoics and the Greeks sometimes did. And I wanted to know what this Logos was. In fact, I'm writing a text on the Logos right now. And devouring everything I can from every angle I can on that topic and hit it. And that Logos gave rise to theologies. So I made a list of every known ology that somebody could study, every discipline or ology you could study in every field. And then I realized that the ologies were all wavelength based. So you have the subatomic particles, particle physics, they're small wavelengths. You got the astronomic that are large wavelengths. You've got myology, muscles, and physiology, and psychology. Each of these are wavelengths of structures that you're exploring.
अरे माँ बढ़ जाएगी बढ़ जाएगी आई ଏବେ ଚାଲିବ ପୁରୀ ଏବେ ଚାଲିବ आ बोलिए हाँ emang mau kayak gini kan tidak oh mau dia sih kamu kataku asik तो 8 मिनट से छुट्टी है oh हाँ बोलिए apa
that you're now finding the same laws apply to. So I thought that all the ologies are disbursements from the one to the many of the logos, the plan. And so I made a commitment to myself that I would read at least 100 books on every ology, which is why I've got 31,000 books now in my head. So I wanted to do that because I wanted to have a body of knowledge that would stand the test of time. And if I studied all the different disciplines and I found common themes and common principles that were universal, it would increase the probability that the material I'm presenting is something as solid and it will stand. So I just started going from the smallest to the largest, and starting with the principles of quantum mechanics when I was 18 by Paul Dirac, studying particle and antiparticles, and studying Max Planck's work on all of his Planck's principles and all of his units, Planck units, and trying to figure out how he did that with 5 universal constants and how he put this whole structure together, which is absolutely ingenious. And I started to do whatever I could to find out what is the most common universal laws, the law of complementary opposites, the law of the one to many, the law of conservation, Nether's theorem of symmetries. And I started to accumulate ones that I felt at all scales of existence, there they were. Even if they're talking about strong nuclear force, the proton or the neutron with a strong nuclear force and the mesons and the quantum vacuum fluctuations and all that still apply to universe scale. So I basically tried to find that and identify those and then apply that to human behavior and the evolution of human consciousness. So that's been my thing. So there's no discipline that's not part of my mission. There's no discipline other than possibly cooking and driving. I don't drive or cook. So those, but if I could probably easily show the dynamics sitting in the way cars are designed and the engineering of that to the same laws. Yeah. But I just haven't had an interest in those for some reason. But pretty well all the other disciplines, 300 different disciplines and ologies that I've explored and tried to devour. For one objective, the evolution of human consciousness, and what are the most fundamental principles that I can rely on to teach. So if I'm teaching, my teachings will not be a fad, not be a trend, it'll be a classic.
Very inspiring. I'm inspired by that. I think it's...
Well, we probably have a resonant...
Yeah.
We're both, I mean, know thyself, and that's what it's about.
Yeah.
And, I think that true science and true religion don't fight. I don't believe that those are fighting. I don't know why they would ever fight. And I'm not talking about faith-based religion, because of course there'd be discrepancies, because those are things you can never have certainty about. But I believe that we can pursue these universal laws and continue to expand our awareness and certainty, and they can be very spiritually awakening. Many people like to separate materialism and spiritualism. I see them as inseparable. Because a state of equanimity, which is your authentic self, is also the thing that maximizes sustainable fair exchange in the material world for economics. And it's also the same principle that builds engineering structures that are stable. So no matter what area we go, there's no separation in there. So I don't believe you have to create a pseudo-anthropomorphic, geocentric theology, except as a stage of awareness only. I think you can go all the way to the most advanced mathematics and come to a realization of the divine. But the divine means to emanate light. And I think the thing that unites spiritual and material and science and religion is purely light, the study of optics. I think Newton was onto it. I think Newton was trying to study optics for a number of reasons, because he was a devout spiritual student, but he was also a scientist of the highest caliber. His Principia and his work on optics is masterpieces. And then Maxwell, in his work on the 4 differential equations of the calculus for light, is a masterpiece. I was flying from San Francisco to France. And I just happened to be sitting in the business where there were 3 seats in the middle and 2 seats on the ends. And I was sitting there, and right next to me was Carl and Stephanie Brown. And they're on their way to Geneva, and they're particle physicists. One's a theoretical, one's a practical particle physicist, married. One's really grounded, one's esoteric. And I'm sitting next to Carl, and we had a phenomenal conversation. And it's about a 9.5-hour flight or something like that. I thought I was going to sleep because I was going to speak when I landed. So I was going to shower and get on to speak. But there's no way I'm going to stop if I got a particle physicist guy here. And so we just went down the rabbit hole. We went down and just explored it. And he was really a cool guy. And he's passed now. But so we explored those mysteries at the very depth of the particle physics world. And to me, my love of exploration and study, every time I find another piece of the jigsaw puzzle that fits in, either through linguistics, I learn a new word that allows it to go in, or just a construct that allows it to fit, I'm brought to tears, a gamma synchronicity, a eureka moment. And the moment I do that, it's almost like I'm fulfilling my mission now, and I can't wait to share that with somebody. And those are the pinnacles of my being right there. Now, if you go and ask people in every country, and I've gotten to speak in 161 countries, I've met cultures of all different types. If you ask them, how many of you had a moment where you've been brought to tears of inspiration and gratitude, that you know that is deeply meaningful, pay attention to it, and it's something about your path and your authenticity? Everybody knows that. They just know it inside. So I love maximizing those. That when I did develop the DeMartini method, and I developed some of the questions, there's 2 of the questions are designed specifically to maximize how to access and increase the frequency, intensity, and duration of that. Because that is one of the greatest guides that we have that is transcendent to the subordination or superordination of other people that can distract us and allows us to guide ourselves to a great, magnificent path of exploring the universe, which we have innately within us. No matter what our background is, there's a part of us that's wanting to explore the universe because it's us. We want to know ourselves. We want to know thyself. So that's probably the most meaningful and inspiring things that I get to do on a daily basis.
I think by living in alignment with that which brings you most joy, you also become a reference point and an inspiration for other people to discover that within themselves. The person who quoted this is escaping my mind, but to not ask what the world needs, but ask what makes you come most alive, because what the world needs is people who come most alive. And discovering those, the hierarchy of values, the things that bring you most excitement in life, is just it's an powerful reminder and refinement too of we're living it to, like, in my own life, to a relative degree in alignment with those values and the things that are most meaningful to me. And I'm just curious because you mentioned it briefly, in the practical sense, how do you actually delegate all that is not as meaningful to you in life? Like how have you set up your life in a way so you
Easily.
can, like, yeah.
I learned, I was 23 years old. I was entering into professional school, and I asked myself a question. Why do some people walk their talk, some people limp their life? Why do some people do what they say and others don't? As McGregor did in 1960 at MIT, why do some people have spontaneous action and some people need to be extrinsically motivated with reward and punishment? I want to know the answer to that. It led me to a very obvious study called axiology, which is a study of value and worth, because that's what drives human beings. And I realized that led me to David Hume's work, which I mentioned earlier. And David Hume, a Scottish philosopher, said that there's is versus ought. I found that those are exactly the distinctions between intrinsic drive and extrinsic drive. If you know what the hierarchy of values actually is, not what they ought to be, the conformity of society's deontological normative ethics, you access your greatest potential. You can actualize your potential. Ernest Becker, who wrote The Denial of Death, a Pulitzer Prize winner, he beautifully stated that people are confronted by their mortality and the anxiety of the eschatological mystery. And so they create two mechanisms to survive it. A path of individual heroism, a path of immortality for the individual, or a path of immortality through the collective conformity. These go into oblivion and leave no mark. These leave a mark, but they're radically opposed.
If you have 2 or more years of work experience in a consulting or MNC and you want to break into leadership roles in startups like Chief of Staff, EIR or Founder's Office, then this is your opportunity. As part of our 4th cohort, which will have only 150 students, we are looking for 30 special students who then will be trained to break into these roles, which are high visibility
and offended. And, you know, as Jung says, we live in a world that we want to be ourselves in a world that doesn't want us to be. And we want to make a difference, but we can't make a difference conforming. You can only make a difference following an individual path. So all of the studies on axiology, there were 12 textbooks in English available at the time, only 12 that I had access to. None of them satisfied me because it's all about how you ought to be and how people should be and how to fit into society. And it's all designed for theological and social-political governance of societies to work in a system that are easily controlled. There's an individual path, the unborrowed visionary, as Ayn Rand said. I was interested in that. The trailblazer, the one with the machete walking through the thing and not following a path, but creating a path. The one that had the dharmic path, not the karmic wheel. So when I did that, I realized I'm going to have to create my own value determination process to discover what it actually is, not what people think it should be. Because all of it, Schwartz and Hartman and all the people that were doing axiology at the time were asking questions. If you're in this setting, how would you respond? Knowing full well that they would respond in order to not be rejected. So you can't go by what they say. You got to go by what their life demonstrates. So I set up a criteria to do value determination, which is on my website, to get closer to an objective what is, not what it ought to be. To be able to then find out what is intrinsically driving them. Because when you actually find that out and prioritize your life according to that, you don't have the internal conflicts, you don't have the fantasies as much, you don't have the self-sabotaging personal development stuff. You just walk your path. So how do I do it and delegate? I learned from a book by Alec McKinsey in 1982, October 1982, reading The Time Trap. And in there, he basically gave all the criteria why people don't delegate. I can do it better than them. By the time I do it, I gave it to him, I could have just done it. By the time I explain it to him, well, they're going to do it differently anyway. All the different reasons for doing it. But I realize that you will trap your life if you're not delegating. You can't self-actualize your life very easily without delegation. Unless you completely simplify your life and do like the cynic Diogenes that live in a barrel with a dog and have nothing, no attachment, or a Gandhi approach. So I basically learned at age 27 the importance of prioritization. Because if you don't fill your day with high priority actions that inspire you, your day is going to fill up with low priority distractions that don't. And the distractions that don't are going to be unfulfilling and distracting to create a frustration to go back to priority, to get you back to yourself. Because these are not you. This highest value is the ontological identity that revolves around is your highest value. Whatever your highest value is, if you ask anybody who are they, they're going to tell you whatever's highest on their value. That's going to be their answer. Mine's teacher. If you're raising a children and your highest value is being a mother, if you ask her, who are you? She'll say, I'm a mother. If you go to a person who's a serial entrepreneur and ask him, even though he's got 3 or 4 kids, you ask him, who are you? He's not going to say, I'm a father. He's going to say, I'm an entrepreneur. Because whatever's highest on one's value, their ontological identity revolves around, their teleological purpose revolves around, and their epistemological area of expertise excels there. So that's where they're most powerful. So finding that out and delegating anything else that devalues you is what I set out to do at age 27. And within 18 months, I pretty well gave it all away. And I basically teach, research, write, and travel. That's about it. Teach, research, write, and travel. I'm pretty useless outside that. Technology, I delegate, business administration. I just teach, research, write, travel pretty well every day. I'm pretty, like I say, I'm an idiot outside that. I'm relatively aware inside that.
Yeah. I'm like that 27, I'm 28. So I'm at that point where I'm transitioning into that full-time delegation of all the things that aren't highest priority value, most meaningful to me. But is there something that you feel called to share about what would serve someone like myself who's embarking on the journey of life, getting to hopefully living a life that is most meaningful and aligned with my values decades down the road?
I wouldn't change anything back there, but I would say that I was very grateful to go through a few intermediate steps to get feedback on how important it is not to try to be second at being somebody else and not try to worry about whether people like or dislike you. Nietzsche in his Beyond Good and Evil and Machiavelli in his Prince say basically some overlapping ideas. That when you can embrace both sides of yourself and be the hero and the villain, the saint and the sinner, and realize nothing's missing in you, you're the most extreme of everything that could be even known, the most virtuous, the most vicious. When you can embrace all of that, then you're not going to be distracted by people's opinions. But as long as you're disowning any of those, the world on the outside will run you, and you'll have evoked potentials instead of spontaneous potentials guiding your life. So, there was a concern in my 20s, what will people think? Or what would happen if I did this? And that gradually kind of became less of a priority, if that makes any sense. Because I realized that I could have the whole world against me, but the question is, do I have my soul against me? My soul being the state of unconditional love in my most authentic state. And you're going to be liked and disliked no matter what you do. I tell people you're only going to grow to the level of embracing of the hero and villain. So if you can embrace this much hero, but only this much villain, you're only going to grow to that level. You have to be able to be liked and disliked by the same number of people. And if you can do that, Donald's a good example of that. Donald's got 1 billion people liking and disliking him, at least, maybe 4 billion liking and disliking him. Who knows? So because of that, he's probably on every newspaper in every country every single day, his influence. How well can you embrace and own all your parts? If any part you're disowning is emptiness. Any part that you could ever imagine in anything that you don't own is your emptiness. So that would be the journey, is to learn to appreciate. But 41 years ago, I was about 30 years old. And at the time, as I mentioned earlier, I went to the Oxford English Dictionary, and I went and identified every one of the traits inside me, because that was my attempt to try to own the parts and have a preemptive strike instead of having to wait till people push my buttons and react. With hindsight, I'd rather have foresight and identify it. So when I saw that and people would say things about me, I'd go, okay, that's true too. Somebody says, you're this or that. If I can honor that and see that, I don't have a reaction. They can't control me. But if I try to disown it, they can manipulate me. And I can be influenced by them for fear of losing or gaining or something and get attached one way or the other. These are the Buddhist attachments that stop people from being themselves.
That shift from perceiving life happening to me as a victim versus for me, as me, through me, the way that you spoke to and what I really resonated with in our last conversation too is how you mentioned that you devoted your life to the love of wisdom and the wisdom of love.
Yeah. Howard Hughes is the one that stimulated that one.
It feels like you've been speaking to it throughout this whole conversation, but how would you describe the essence of what wisdom is?
It's inseparable from love. It's the synthesis and synchronicity of all opposites. The dialectic that Zeno put together, even though there's predates to that. You take a proposition, you take the opposite proposition, and if you're in your amygdala, you call it a debate. And you both want to be right, and both want to be proud, and hold on to the fantasy that the other person's going to come onto your side. As you go from debate to the dialectic, you start to incorporate the other side into your awareness until eventually you both become aware of both sides simultaneously. The synthesis, as Hegel described. And the synthesis and synchronicity of any complementary opposite is going to experience love at any scale, no matter what you're perceiving. That's why whenever I'm researching, whenever I read a piece of literature, and there's any bias to a side, I'm looking for the other literature that was written simultaneously by the law of heuristic escalation. There's, when the theory of evolution comes about, 1859 or so, by Darwin, the theory of entropy came out. The path of evolution in life and the path of death. And they were entangled pairs of opposites coming out of the same city, basically. And so this is part of nature, a unity of opposites. Will Durant did a beautiful piece on the story of philosophy and its civilizations, a beautiful rendition of the unity of opposites, and the dialectic is underlying all the different cultures. So I believe that there's an evolution from taking a side and being opinionated and black and white and absolutist, just like there is in morality. There's absolute morality and there's relative situational ethics in morality. And that's the evolution from the most dense to the most etheric, or rarefied. I think that's what we're here to do, to utilize that. And wisdom and love, the love of wisdom, the wisdom of love, are the same pursuit. Now, Swedenborg did a beautiful job on it. And he wrote, wisdom was the light of the sun, and love was the warmth of the sun. And I love that analogy in his books. I devoured all of Swedenborg's books and just lived and studied his books back in my 20s. And I love that little rendition of it. It's a smaller book he did. But wisdom, the pursuit of wisdom has been, I have cufflinks that say love and wisdom on them. I don't have them on today, but I carry, they go wherever I go, gold and silver ones, because the wisdom of love and the love of wisdom is what I was told by Howard Hughes to gain. And that's been pretty well the pursuit, the love of wisdom, the wisdom of love. I don't think they're separated.
Could you give me your 5, 6 top individuals who have influenced you most on that journey? Because I think you mentioned many throughout, and it's rare that I get to speak with somebody who's so well read across so many different disciplines. Who do you think are the best thinkers in embracing that understanding of wisdom and love? The best writers, best teachers you've studied?
That's a good question, because I'm just... I don't know if I got an answer for that. The best.
Well, the most impactful for you, perhaps.
Well, there's a beautiful book I think I mentioned last time, Syntopican, by Mortimer Adler, that I've loved reading, that I encourage anybody to read. It's a 2-volume set. Each are about 900 pages each. And it is a summary of the greatest minds in the Western world, from Thales all the way to modern psychologies and philosophies, summarized. Syntopican, a synthesis of the topics that every human being are wise to study. And it starts out with A and goes all the way through the alphabet. And that's probably, those 2 volumes are probably the most significant volumes that a person's probably going to read. Probably to read. And there's hundreds of philosophers sitting inside there. So, yeah, I think that that would be it wouldn't be a human being, one being. Although there's been many people that have influenced me. I had a gentleman named Lakeshwar Ram, who is an Indian mystic, who I met at 23, who had 6 PhDs, a doctor of philosophy, a doctor of osteopathy, a doctor of medicine, a doctor of chiropractic, a doctor of physiology, a doctor of divinity. Very aware guy. And I got to be his student and learn from him. And we explored the mysteries together, or he shared what he understood of the mysteries. Questions: whence do we come? Whither we go? Why are we here? Who are we? Do we have free will or predestination? The basic mystery questions. And that was an influence. And he had an influence on my exploration of the mysteries, the mystery traditions, the comparative religions and comparative philosophies and the sciences, and some of the arts that express those. So he had an impact on me. But I'd have to say that the great books of the Western world that I got a hold of when I was 21, and Mortimer Adler's Syntopican Volumes 1 and 2, which are the 2 volumes that started off, it's an introduction to a PhD on life. It's a great set of volumes just for people to feed their mind.
How do you learn in a way that you're able to integrate and synthesize the information? How have you learned how to learn?
Okay, that's a great one.
AI is not replacing you. Slow reading is. Because slow readers are slow learners. And for slow learners, the world seems to move faster.
My name is Rajneesh, and I'm the world champion in.
Okay, now let's play with that one. I had learning problems, as you know. So as I started to learn and read at age 18, anything I asked myself, what worked and what didn't work today? And I kept record of it. What allowed me to go more efficiently and what allowed me to be less efficient? I noticed a bunch of things. I noticed when I was reading a book, some books I would get my reticular activating system would make me fade, some topics. And other topics I would be engaged and wouldn't want to go to sleep. And I watched that polarity. And I looked at the content and I asked, why is it doing that? This is before I knew about values. And the only way to get through that when I would read, so I wanted to study all the disciplines, but some were less inspiring than others, is that if I read 20 minutes doing this, by the time I was fading, I would then stop, read 20 minutes over here, and I would wake up again. And I kept myself going back and forth between those to keep myself awake. So I could read 20 hours a day, because that was my objective, to try to at least devour, because I slept 4 hours a day for 35 years, and I just read pretty well, or shared. So I found that. Then I found that sitting up did a whole lot better. You know, sitting up in a proper posture was way better at reading than slouching or sitting sideways. So I found the proper temperature. I found water. I drink water. I found anything that caused any perturbation of blood sugar affected reading and learning. So I drank water, and I did yogic breathing, and I did yogic recall at night. And there were certain things that I just accumulated what was working and not working. I learned about visual guides in reading, and I started using visual guides, and I got faster and faster to where I could read one day 11,000 pages. I really devoured the reading. But I also learned that if I take one common theme that I tie all my reading to, when I turned 23 and I learned about values, my reading accelerated vastly. I mean, it just took off. Because then I realized if I ask the question, how is this topic helping me fulfill what's most deeply meaningful, my highest value, what's most inspiring, what's most meaningful, if I link that and make links, the more links I do, the more photographic and autographic the information becomes. So that was a major breakthrough on that. Then I learned another thing when I was doing a presentation to a group of 400 dentists on TMJ. I was studying chiropractic and astronomy and dentistry at the same time in medicine. And so when I was doing a presentation to a group of 400 dentists, a guy asked me this challenging question, and out of my mind came literally a photographic image of Gray's Anatomy. And I was just reading it off the page to him. And then he goes, okay, I got it. You gave me the answer. And then I went home that night and I go, how did I know that page? Because I was not aware I had that page. I realized one of the great principles of learning, that you have conscious awareness, which is 0.004%, and unconscious awareness, which is vastly more. So when you're devouring information, you're only getting a small percentage of it. Even though could photograph things, still got not everything. But then when I found out that the second I had a purpose for reading, the pulvinar nuclei filters the information and takes it out of the unconscious and puts it into the conscious awareness. So when I did that, when the guy asked me the question, out of my unconscious, I didn't even know I knew that page, but my eyes saw it. But my pulvinar nuclei filtered it out as not pertinent out of the infinitude to give me what was most priority. And so that area of the brain, the top end of the reticular activating system, wakes us up and allows us to get the most pertinent information out of the infinitude that we're facing. So when you asked the question, now I had a purpose for that. It went higher on my values, and it came from the unconscious up into the conscious awareness. Well, that was a big breakthrough for me, because now I realize I can just devour volumes of material visually. And the second somebody asks me a question, doesn't matter what it is, I got access to it. And so I then started to do presentations with Q&A to expedite my infinitude unconscious into the conscious awareness to speed up my learning. And that was really very, very eye-opening for me. So now I realize, and I also realized that why I was waking up and going to sleep originally was value-driven. When things were linked to my values, I got the reticular activating system and the pulvinar nuclei allowed it in. If it wasn't linked, fall asleep, unimportant. So then I realized that whatever I read, every class I took, as part of my speed reading program that I taught for years, I would take whatever class you were taking, whatever the topic is, and I asked how specifically is studying this topic helping me fulfill my highest value, the most important information, which is the evolution of human consciousness and how to maximize human awareness and potential and to help people understand the divine magnificence. So I would link whatever it is, physics, mathematics, science, I don't care what it is, I would link it, except cars and, and cooking. I linked it all to that objective because I didn't want to take up time eating. I used to have all these bowls of nuts and seeds and dried fruit in a thing of water here. And my eating, and I had a thimble and a sponge that was wet. Because as I was speed reading, my fingers would get, I would lose the fingerprints as I'm reading. So I had to use a thimble and I had to use a sponge to moisten it to be able to keep turning pages. And I had food there so I wouldn't lose time having to be distracted by eating. The only thing that distracted me from my reading was to go pee.
You were reading so much, the literal texture of your skin was
fingertips
coming
were
off.
gone. I couldn't do it because you burn you get the pages get hot and you end up you get burned. Your fingers get burned.
Oh my God, it's just an incredible visual. Wow.
But I learned that the visual reading, most people read at the speed at which they speak. And if you speak fast, you can read fast. If you can't, you're going to read slow. Guarantee it. Because your phonemes, that is how you were taught reading. Yeah. You have to break the sound barrier, go into the visual system to be able to go to faster reading. And so I just allowed myself to devour information, and I didn't even care if I got it consciously. I would specifically set up questions for people to ask me to find out what I did read, to prove to me that I could get access to the unconscious.
So that's the way that you would train your recall capacity. Was there a note-taking or highlighting system? Or
yes.
Yeah.
As I was speed reading, I used a pencil, and I created a coding system. Spiritual, mental, vocational, financial, family, social, and physical, because I wanted to master those areas. And then I did spiritual, SPM, spiritual meditation, SPA, affirmations, SP, rituals, R. So I broke everything I was studying into these subcomponents. And then as I'm speed reading, going through it with a pencil, and you start out with you're doing a line and line and line, and then you end up narrowing it tighter, and eventually you just go down the page. But whenever I would read something that was of pertinence or a quote or something, I would immediately put out a coding on the side of the page. And I'd underline what that thing is as I'm going through it. So then I could hand that and delegate that to a lady that typed 110 words a minute to type that out and put the reference in there and to categorize them alphabetically into my encyclopedia system. So that way I could just keep reading, and then I would have the information all sorted and all ready for me when I needed it. And it was by topics. I used Syntopican idea, and I would synthesize the topics. And then whenever I was doing a presentation, I'd pull up everything that I'd ever read from any other source or any seminar. And I did it on index cards originally. So I only put one idea per card, and I put all the cards through these topical systems and abbreviated it. And I had my own abbreviation system and kind of shorthand. So when I took notes from classes, I developed a shorthand. I took all the vowels out and I just put consonants in, and I shortened it down so I could get every single word that anybody said, and I could quote back to them. And that way I had the best notes. And then I would sell those to students that would want to do it because I got the top grades. They'd want to get my notes. And I would sell them. That way I was getting paid to study. Because I always say, anytime you want to do what you love, you want always going to ask, how do I get handsomely paid to do what I love? Yeah. So I got paid to study. I made $100,000 a year teaching and studying when I was in school, when I was in my early 20s.
As someone who's devoured such a heap of knowledge and information, how do you delineate what's your own original idea versus information you've read?
Good question. Hard. Because it's a synthesis. Now, my methodology that I've developed is an original piece of work, but the underlying components you can trace back. So when you're doing, where do I do the same thing? Well, that can go back to Islamic teachings, the 6th century. You can go back to Christian teachings in the 1st century. You can go back to Egyptian teachings on tomb in 4.
Microsoft laid off people who can't use AI. TCS laid off, Infosys laid off. What about your company? They are just waiting for the right time. So
the millennium back, and I don't know, some earlier text. I have a friend that's got the largest collection of private texts in the world, and about almost $6 billion worth of ancient manuscripts and texts that he got out of Iraq and different places around the world. And looking at some of his oldest texts, a lot of stuff goes back 3,000, 4,000 years. If you can decipher it and put it into English, because I couldn't decipher the cuneiform, but I could see the English translation of it. Some of these principles go way back, and some of them don't even have a name on where they originate. So I'm an originator of a new form of combining things. Origination can be sometimes a new combination, but some of the principles don't know if are new. Now, the complete synthesis synchronicity of opposites, which I call my great discovery, which is to me the greatest discovery in psychology that's I've come across. I haven't seen anywhere, but I've seen reference to it in Jung's work, but he didn't have a tool on how to do it. I saw it as a unity of opposites in Heraclitus' work, but he didn't have a tool to do it. So I was able to create the tool that allowed them to do it. I spoke at New York University to the physics department, psychology department, and there's packed rooms, hot. At the end of it, the professor said, if Jung was alive today, he'd be using your method. I said, I believe that, because he understood, but he didn't, and he had a framework, but he didn't have a tool to access the synchronicity and simultaneity. Wilhelm Wundt in 1897, in his Principles of Psychology, said that there's simultaneous contrast and sequential contrast. Sequential contrast creates the perturbations and the vicissitudes of perception, but the simultaneous contrast is where love and wisdom is. He said, if you have that, you got stability. So, but he didn't have a tool. No reference in it in his text. So I think I've developed a tool on how to do that that's methodical, that's reproducible, that's duplicatable, that works in every culture, translatable. So that part, I think, is relatively original until I find somebody that maybe have done that earlier that I just didn't come across yet.
Yeah, I always find it fascinating, even in my own life with my own writing, where I like come across what I think or perceive in the moment as a relatively novel idea or phrasing of wording, and then come to read some sort of ancient text, or like this guy Ibn Arabi, who's an amazing writer, and like thousands years back saying the exact same thing. And it's I guess it just makes me inquire about the possibility of what an original idea really even is, if it's possible, the rarity of one, if so, and then what seems like when you devour such a large heap of information and you're creating what is a unique sort of framework or model that maybe has never been put together in the way that you have with your value system and the DeMartini process, for example.
Well, Herbert Spencer was trying to create kind of a universal evolutionary model. You know, the survival of the fittest is from him. Darwin kind of played with. And that has a completely different, distorted meaning today. It's like aggression. But survival of the fittest has nothing to do with aggression, really. Because I'll use an analogy. If you're infatuated with somebody and they represent prey, and you had no predator and you had only prey, you'd be gluttonous and fat and lose fitness. If you had predator and you resented somebody and they represent predator and no prey, you starve and emaciate and lose fitness. But if you put the prey and predator together, you maximize fitness. So survival of the fitness or thrival of the fitness is really the person who's able to integrate the pair of opposites, not the person that dominates. Although they dominate because they survive, they're not having to be aggressive any more than passive. They've integrated it. Because if they're aggressive to a predator, they may be passive to their own offspring. You know, when you're protecting your own children, you're being kind and you're being cruel. And people think you can separate the inseparables, but you can't. That's why nice and mean are not really separable. People think, well, that's a nice thing. No, it isn't. Or that's a mean thing. No, it isn't. It's neither. We've got caught in the trap of the labels and naming the inevitables.
A big golden thread throughout this whole conversation, and what I think will leave more evoked within my own life, is when somebody comes to me with a perceived problem or thought around reality, a perception, a judgment, when it comes up within me, it's just such a liberating, it feels so much more spacious to have the inquiry of what is the complementary opposite, what is the other perspective that is also here coupled within this experience. And it allows, I feel like it just will continue to allow me and allow everybody who's listening to walk through life, not clinging on to our ideas of how reality should be in a dogmatic persona, but allowing the mystery to permeate or being a bit more.
That's well said. That summarizes it. Holy curiosity, Einstein said. He used to say it, and I'm paraphrasing, it's enough for me on a daily basis to sit in awe, contemplating the intelligence that permeates the universe. I think that's a nice way of saying it. And, you know, whether or not somebody, the mysteries of reductionism that they've been trying to solve on the hard problem in consciousness hasn't been solved. And believe it or not, some of the pre-Socratics already conceived the brain as the real seat of the consciousness. That's back at the pre-Socratics. And we haven't really made a whole lot of progress there. We've reduced it down to quantum levels, now there's quantum theories, and microtubules, and there's tubulin, and now there's quantum entanglement. Now there's photodissection of biomolecules and photons going all over the body. And I've had fun with it. To me, the most fundamental level of consciousness would be the quantum vacuum, creating virtual photons and virtual particle nanoparticles. And at that level, that's one thing common panpsychically to all parts of the brain. So maybe it's going in and out. Just like a proton is actually an interplay of quarks and gluons and mesons, and it's a dance out of the quantum vacuum into existence and not. And we think they're stable systems, but they're actually murky. And it's possible that the information that's sitting in there and the storage of that is the same thing as our consciousness. It's actually just emerging and submerging in the quantum vacuum into our brain and then out of our brain. And maybe looking for this pursuit of this, finding this location in the brain, right? Even though we know that it integrates in the medial prefrontal cortex, the ventral, we know that we have action potentials there. And we have different modules of the brain for different functions, because if we can destroy that area, we can alter those functions. There's still something more fundamental. And right now, with our level of understanding in our math, the quantum vacuum would probably be the most panpsychic source that may be underlying the whole thing. But this is just speculation.
I love so much of what you just shared, and will need to be postponed additionally for a third conversation at some point. But I do find it so fascinating how I'm also in the midst of preparing for a podcast I'm doing tomorrow with Dr. Ian McGilchrist, who...
Oh, he's bright.
He's amazing.
Thousands of years ago, the ancient Indian rishis cracked the code of human potential. They wrote it down as the Upanishads. And somehow, the modern world completely...
Lovely guy. But he understands unity of opposites.
Yeah, I'm excited. This is a full week. I'm excited these conversations all bounce and fulfill off of one another. And but I just bring that up because he speaks to the different ways and capacities of knowing, both within the left and right hemisphere, and inherent asymmetry within our brain, and how great innovation almost unanimously comes through letting go of priors and knowns. And the imagination and the intuition is actually where the great discoveries throughout all ages have come from. And what that could say about our own life as we come into that place of stillness and quiet and allow us to re-innovate what it means to be human in our life, So it's a great balance, and I've just appreciated your awareness of the two. So
well, I loved our conversation last time, and I'd love this conversation this time. And who knows, maybe there'll be another time.
I feel so honored. If so, this conversation is so fulfilling, and it is. I can tell by the excitement and aliveness throughout the whole conversation, both this time and last. Like, this is just it's such a gift to be able to do this, to have these values, to have these curiosities, but then to be in conversation about it. It's just so meaningful for me. So thank you so much for the work.
Thank you for the great questions and for the opportunity to be with you again. And whoever may be listening, just know that there's a 12-step program called Survivors of DeMartini. So in case you didn't understand something I said, maybe I'll have the opportunity to someday meet you and clarify it.
Yeah. Thank you for mentioning. I mean, everybody, LinkedIn description, as always, will be our guest's information or his work, his courses. We scratch the tip of the iceberg when it comes to your process and being able to actually really identify our own core values and all of these things. And so I encourage people to, if they feel called, take a gander. Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Everybody, thank you. Until next time, be well. We did it. Bound it.